casualties at the moment, but I understand that numbers expected to increase significantly, and slowly the names are filtering through of those who've been shot and those who unfortunately have been killed.
Yeah, and we are getting some of those names, as you say. One of them is was the one of the heads of Chabad there, Eli Schlenger. His name is. That's the information that we're getting right now. And another child, as you rightfully say, from a Jewish school. They are two of the murdered that we can now confirm from reports. Truly, just a heartbreaking scene, a heartbreaking story to have to report on. How can you feel safe in an environment like this? If you don't mind me asking, do you feel safe right now? Are there any, concerns for the future of the Jewish community in Australia right now?
Look, without question, a few minutes before I came on air, there was a note sent out from the Jewish Board of Deputies, who's the roof body of our state, where Sydney is, that all institutions and events are closed until further
Wow.
notice. Again, which is understandable. Most people I know have discussed leaving or where they might go prior to this event taking place because of so much of the anti-Semitism that's taken place over this past year. And there's no question that those discussions will become a lot more real as a result of this. And I think it's truly heartbreaking as someone who's, a third generation Australian. I can speak to my own family's contributed enormously in the political arena, in the arts and sport, in the not-for-profit sector. This was a country that we found refuge in, and we call ourselves proud Australians. But this has been a night of great shame for our country, and a really tragic moment for our community. And without question, I'm sure many families are sitting at home now saying, if we have to leave, where are we going to go?
Absolutely. It's a terrifying, it's terrifying reality to try and wrap your brain around, as you rightfully say. And I know that it's still early. I know it's still fresh, but what are your feelings right now to your government, to the authorities? Do you feel like the response from the police, from medical personnel was adequate at this point?
Look, it's too fresh. There's too much that we don't know. I'd be loath at a time where people's lives are being saved as we speak now to sort of point fingers of inadequacy or anything else of that nature. It's obviously been a difficult 12 months for our community in Australia. That's been well documented. We've had our state premier, who's been a tremendous friend to the Jewish community. There's been different feelings towards our federal government from our community, but notwithstanding that, I'm loath at such a tragic moment to start pointing fingers. There's too much we don't know. We don't know if these were lone gunmen. We don't know if this was something that was organized by a terror cell or similar. So I think there'll be time to unpack it, but I'm not sure that time's right now. There's too much we don't know.
Absolutely. And just going back to my original point of the people that you knew that were at this event, and you say that you know people who I'm very regretful and I'm so sorry that they were shot and injured in this event. Do you know of anybody who has a story that they're sharing right now? I know it's fresh. I know it just happened, but we're trying to get just as much information that we can out of this event just to show to our viewers at home. Is there any stories or testimonies that you can give us right now?
There are, but it's all a little bit piecemeal at the moment. I was just watching TV before I came on air, and a doctor who I know who was attending the Hanukkah event was saving the lives of children and policemen with blood and gun wounds everywhere. So it sounds like it was a truly, truly horrific scene. Yeah, one of your colleagues, when they reached out to me, asked if there was somebody from the event who they could speak to, and I tragically had to say so many of them have been shot or have been killed that unfortunately I don't have anyone who was specifically at that event. That's how serious this event was.
And what do you know about the event itself? This was obviously we understand that this was an event to light, the first candle of the Hanukkah holiday. Was that the purpose of this event? If it was strictly a Jewish, peaceful event with the community, or was there, a bigger picture here?
No, so there were, you're absolutely correct. There were two Hanukkah events taking place tonight simultaneously, one 2 minutes away, which was the large one where there was about 2,000 people in attendance. This was a smaller one organized by Chabad of Bondi. Yes, the intention was to light the Hanukkah, but there were petting zoos, there were sausage sizzles, as I understand it, children's activities, speeches planned. It is in an incredibly busy part of Bondi. We're in the height of summer at the moment. It was a beautiful day in Sydney. There would have been thousands and thousands and thousands of ordinary Sydney-siders, Australians at the beach who are caught up in this as well. So yes, it appears that it was targeted at the Jewish community, but notwithstanding that, a huge number of civilians were caught up in it too.
I'm curious about, the open airness of this event. I mean, you're seeing the video footage on your screen right now of one of the shooters actually being neutralized by a passerby, and he's holding a long firearm, and it seems that he's shooting from a bridge. Like, it doesn't seem that the security was probably as tightened as it should have been to allow such a horrific event to take place, as you say, just hours ago. Why was this event happening in an open area, considering all of the horrific anti-Semitism that has really been flourishing in Australia in recent months? I mean, what's your take on that as a resident of Sydney?
Yeah, well, look, there was police and communal security presence there. As I understand it, this event has been taking place for 30 years. At Bondi, it's a very Jewish area. Those people may not know there's even an Eruv at Bondi Beach, such as the Jewish population there, and it's taken place safely for all that time. Where the Jewish community lives is a highly populated area close to the beach. So, frankly, wherever we have events, there is an element of security risk, which we try and mitigate with as much police presence and communal security as possible. With the sort of weaponry that we're using that we can see in these scenes, frankly, it would have been difficult to stop wherever it was held in Bondi.
Absolutely. And, this is still unfolding, as we say. This is just such a difficult story to be covering, a targeted shooting on a Jewish community in Australia. David, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to come onto the show to give us insights. I know it's still raw. I know it's still fresh, but your perspective means so much right now at this point, both to us here at ILTV and to our viewers around the world. David, thank you so much for taking the time to come on the show and to speak with us.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Stay safe, David. And as we reported, this horrific story is still unfolding. And we actually have comments from Israel's President Isaac Herzog, who responded to this horrific event. Let's hear what the Israeli president had to say.
In these very moments, our sisters and brothers in Sydney, Australia, have been attacked by vile terrorists in a very cruel attack on Jews who went to light the first candle of Hanukkah on Bondi Beach. Our heart goes out to them. Our heart misses a beat. The entire nation of Israel misses a beat in this very moment as we pray for the recovery of the wounded. We pray for them, and we pray for those who've lost their lives. We send our warmest strength from here, from Jerusalem, and we repeat our alert time and again to the Australian government to seek action and fight against the enormous wave of anti-Semitism which is plaguing Australian society. Let's hope for better news, and we hope to see them all healing and here.
Important words from President Isaac Herzog. And we actually have with us, joining us now, is one of the Chabad rabbis of the Australian community who's joining us now on the show. Can you hear us? Absolutely. I want to thank you for, yes, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to come on the show. I'd love to get your input and the details that you have of this shooting, and what your relation to the rabbis who were unfortunately injured or maybe even perhaps dead from this event. What can you share with us at this point?
The details are still coming in. We don't have a full picture. Unfortunately, Rabbi Eli Schlanger, who's a good friend and a tremendous shliach, someone with a tremendous amount of energy. He was actually in the first mission of rabbis to Israel after October 7th, just like a week or two afterwards. He went to Israel, came back and reported on it all over the community. He was just involved in building a beautiful new Chabad center in Bondi. It serves mainly the Russians, but other Jews as well in the Bondi area. And this is an event that's been taking place for many, many years. And it's just devastating. It's just devastating. We had an event on the other side of the city. It's a city. Sydney is a very large geographical city, and we have a Chabad center in the north of the city, and we had 2,000 people at our event. And literally, whilst we're standing on stage, ready with the dignitaries, with MPs from government, we get the word is that there's a lockdown and no one could come and no one could go out. So we already had 2,000. We're expecting 3,000 people to come, but people couldn't come in. People couldn't go out, and we were able to light the Chanukiah before we found out well, not all. We still don't know all, but the details of what happened. All I could say is that Rabbi Schlanger would certainly want everyone who's hearing this to add light. That's all I could say. He would want that everyone, even if you weren't planning to light the Chanukiah menorah tonight, will do so. I know you have a few hours till Hanukkah there in Israel, and I hope that everyone who hears this lights the Hanukkah candles just for him, just to add light. And
Absolutely.
And that's our response right now. It's still early. There are a lot of thoughts, but we need to collect them. We hope that the government will firstly protect all the planned Hanukkah events that are planned in Sydney. Just we ourselves have another 10 events planned over Hanukkah in different suburbs, where normally hundreds of people come. Tonight was our largest event, and unfortunately, one of the people at our event came because her brother was playing in the band, and at the event she couldn't get a hold of her husband, who works for that Chabad in the other side of town in Bondi Beach. And we heard that he's critically injured. He's now in ICU and I believe in operation. So if everyone could pray and say a chapter of Tehillim for Yaakov Halevi ben Miriam, along with the others who are injured, that names are floating around on the groups. We hope that everyone could pray for them. That's our initial thoughts. I'm sure we're going to collect ourselves and know that we cannot cower, we cannot be scared, and we need to bring more light and goodness into this world, and we need to do whatever we can physically to protect ourselves and spiritually to protect ourselves. And we need to call out not just anti-Semitism, but those who have clear anti-Israel feelings, because you cannot divide the two. People, all the anti-Israel messages get filtered down, as even if that's not the intention of those who have those messages, that it certainly does get filtered down into the community, into attacks on on Jews, and we saw that tonight.
Rabbi Shapiro, I do want to ask you, while I have you on, you are one of the community leaders, and the community this was an attack on the community at the end of the day, and this is something that the community is feeling very deeply. Now, I know that it's still very fresh, it's very raw. This happened just a few hours ago. People are still fighting for their lives in the hospital, and I want to commend you not only for the bravery of the entire community and its leaders for giving a response to the community members during this time, but what is the community experiencing right now? How are you finding the ways to support each other during this time, especially when it's so fresh?
Well, it's quite early. It's quite late at night here, but it's quite early. I actually have a meeting in 5 minutes with my committee, my board of management, which is I have a we have a I'm the president of the Rabbinical Association of Australasia. That's the roof body of the Orthodox Rabbinate in Australia, and we have a meeting in 5 minutes. So we need to get off to get onto that meeting, but also it's still early to talk about details like that. We obviously want
Absolutely.
to strengthen the community,
Yeah.
but as you can see, my phone hasn't stopped ringing.
Absolutely, and I do want you to attend to that because that is, just as more important, frankly. And I do want to thank you so much, Rabbi Shapir, for taking the time to come onto the show and for spreading this message of positivity, which I think that so many people, especially our viewers, need very dearly. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you. All the best on Hanukkah Sameach. It should be a Hanukkah that takes darkness and makes it into light. We need the coming of Mashiach. That's what we need. So
Absolutely. Thank you
total
so much.
redemption for the Jewish people in the world.
Absolutely, and health and safety to everybody in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And we can go now to some more testaments of eyewitnesses from the event. We're getting live testimonies from some of the people who were either nearby or at the event itself, giving their testimony and their witnessing accounts of the shooting. Take a listen.
I ran onto the beach. I guess everyone ran onto the beach. It was pretty terrifying. And yeah, I eventually went back to see what was happening. A few people helped a few old people get up and get out of there, but it was like there were lots of bodies on the floor. It was a fenced-in event, so it's kind of like I don't know, fish in a barrel. Like the guy had I think of what I've been told, he had an automatic rifle, big gun, standing on the bridge, and just target practice. It was a Hanukkah event. It was a Jewish event. It was full of grandparents and grandchildren celebrating celebrating their religious event together. It was a community event. I was walking next to it, and then there was, I guess, a series of shots. It ended up being, I think, a few hundred shots.
And we have now joining us also on the show is our very own ILTV anchor, Lidar Gravilazi. She's here to break down for us some of the Israeli government responses to this horrific attack. Lidar, thanks for coming on the show on such short notice.
Thank you, Devo. And I just want to send out really heartfelt condolences to all the victims in Australia. Here in Israel, of course, we're following all the latest developments with a lot of concern. And, here in Israel, the sentiment is really that the writing was on the wall. This could have been prevented. It should have been prevented. And we're hearing from a slew of government ministers at this hour, from the president of Israel, who says, "We repeat our alerts time and again to the Australian government to seek action and fight against the enormous wave of anti-Semitism, which is plaguing Australian society." In the past year, here on ILTV, we've interviewed countless from the Australian Jewish community who talked about the rising levels of anti-Semitism and the very muted response from the Albanese government. And today we're seeing a lot of severe criticism coming from Israel and from the Australian Jewish community about how the government has been handling anti-Semitism, how it's allowed it to rear its ugly head and spread throughout Australia. The Aliyah and Integration Minister, Ophir Sofel, also said that we felt and experienced the intense anti-Semitism directed against the Jewish community in Australia. And the a slew of ministers here in Israel, all saying the same thing, essentially, that the writing was on the wall, that the Australian government has basically bowed its head to anti-Semitism, allowed it to thrive, allowed chants of globalize the Intifada on its streets. And that what we're seeing today is exactly that. This is what globalize the Intifada looks like.
And we spoke to a lot of the some of the guests on our show right now who have said the same thing. They've sent us the same message of, you know, the Australian government and the expectation to do more to combat what has really been just a terrifying spike in anti-Semitism in Australia, as we've said, in the last couple months, if not in the last few years since the October 7th massacre. Now, Lidar, we have, as you say, a lot of comments from Israeli ministers. One of them drawing a comparison, the religious Zionist minister, I believe, Aryeh Deri, saying that it looks and reminds of the massacre that we had here in Israel on October 7th. This is obviously quite a statement to make so soon after such a tragic event. Are there any other ministers saying any other things? Is there any more information that we can give? Has the Prime Minister commented yet on this event?
We haven't heard from the Prime Minister yet, but I do know that, we've heard from the Speaker of the Knesset, actually saying the phrase, he put out a statement saying, this is what globalized the Intifada looks like, a bloodied holiday for Jews, and of course, sending their condolences. And he says, wherever anti-Semitism is not confronted head on, it will transform into terrorism against Jews. The best time to act was when it started. The second best time is now. And so there's a lot of criticism from Israel, from Israeli leaders, calling on the Albanese government to, criticizing their lack of action against anti-Semitism, but calling for them now to take this seriously. And there's even a lot of criticism because Prime Minister Albanese of Australia himself put out a statement regarding the incident and did not mention the word anti-Semitism. So there's, even now, even as this is unfolding, even though these attacks are unfolding against the Jewish community in Australia, there's still no mention of anti-Semitism on behalf of the Albanese government. And this is the same government that has banned Israeli ministers from arriving in Australia. It's the same government that has recognized a state of Palestine, essentially rewarding Hamas for its attacks on October 7th. And so there is a lot of criticism that the Albanese government is going to have to face up to. And the question now that many in Israel are asking is, what is it going to do next? And is it finally going to take this issue of anti-Semitism seriously?
Absolutely. And we can only hope and pray that they do, so as more lives aren't taken from us too soon. Lidar, I want to thank you for coming on the show and giving us a proper wrap of not just what's the responses here in Israel, but also the feelings from here in Israel over to the Jewish community in Australia. Lidar, thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
And just before we wrap up the show here, we have some more witness testimony to give to you live.
So I was out at the restaurant over there and I was just serving I think I was taking away some dishes, but I was nearby the front and, I heard these shots go off and I knew it was gunshots immediately, but I didn't really register it. So I just sort of saw them all the way over there, just people start running and I'm going, well, maybe it's like a one-time shooting, not like it's not America, like not a massacre event, but turns out it was, and the whole shop just stood up and we all just ran into the back exit and everyone was pushing everyone. There was no semblance and we just ran in through.
And we just want to take a moment before we wrap up to just highlight some of the videos that came across us on social media that have been making their rounds from many stories such as this. Often a hero emerges. Take a look at this man in the white shirt as he absolutely, with no fear and no restraint, just jumps on the assailant carrying a firearm and opening fire on a bunch of innocent people. He jumps on him, neutralizes him, takes away his firearm very bravely, I might add, and then basically forces the assailant to surrender and to kind of run away or walk away. That's when obviously police enforcement showed up, and they have obviously apprehended one of the shooters, and the second shooter, we do not know yet if he has been apprehended or if he has been eliminated at the scene. We're still waiting for more information, but we just want to take a moment to highlight that video of the brave man who, he might not have known it, but was actively saving lives if he had not interrupted and taken down this active shooter who knows what the death toll would look like, which as of right now at this point in time is still identified as 10 people murdered and 60 injured in varying conditions. As we've heard from the people coming on the show, they're still fighting for their lives in the ICU. And that is a wrap for this breaking news edition of ILTV on the Hour. This, of course, is a developing story, and we'll give you all
Hello everyone, Ormulu here, analyzing real-life scenarios caught on tape. Today we're going to show you a video that shows and emphasizes how someone trained sometimes react without thinking twice. Leo, please bring us the next scenario and let's see what we got here. So, as you can see, we have here a guy in a gas station waiting here for the cashier to hand him the bill or something. Then suddenly another guy coming from the side, moving the guy waiting for the cashier and threatening the cashier himself with a knife. So from the back, as you can see here, we have our man who is going to react, who is a firefighter, who is deciding to react. And pay attention how he is controlling him, neutralizing to the ground. So happened to be that we have a good guy here who decided to react in really a couple of seconds, made his calculation and decided to do something. He is neutralizing the attacker till a police officer is able to come and take control of the situation. Now we have our firefighter who understands that there is something going on. He understands that the guy is being robbed with a knife, and he makes a decision in a couple of seconds that he is going to neutralize the guy. So he comes from the back, whoop, and from here, simply puts him on the ground, then neutralize him in a certain way. Now, what we're going to show you here is a couple of ways how to neutralize an attacker from the back. We spoke about it in the past. We're going to show you a couple of techniques that you can use. First of all, yes, our guy did a great job. He was really brave to put himself into the situation and definitely did a great job. Was able even to neutralize the guy till a police officer came and took control of the situation. Now, what he did is simply with a bear hug. Now, what you can see in the video, when he is bear hugging him, he is also neutralizing one of the hand of the knife. Now, what we will recommend is with the bear hug to go as close as possible to the elbows. Our fireman went with one hand towards the shoulder, but fortunately enough, did not get cut, because while he surprised the attacker and drove him from the air, boom, the knife fell to the ground. You can see it in the footage. So if you're going with the bear hug, you're gonna go and lock his hand. From here, he's not able so much to stab you. Leo, you can try to stab me. And from here, of course, I'm not gonna let him that much time. I'm gonna lift him up and put him on the ground. And then, of course, neutralize him. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, we're here analyzing real life scenarios caught on tape. We're going to continue where we left off with our scenario about the knife attack that happened in Israel. So let's watch it again. So here we have the second part that we want to talk about today. Last time we talked about situational awareness, how to be more aware of your surrounding. And we talked about what happened if you're being stabbed from the back and manage to turn to the attacker and to react then. Now we're going to be talking about how to defend against this knife with a common object, and how can you help your friend as a community, how to neutralize this attacker in a pretty easy move that can be very useful. Okay, so we're going to talk about using a common object as a bag, okay? So we can see that in our scenario there were many people standing there in the bus station. And then we understand there is a knife attack going on. Our attacker, the terrorist, is stabbing one person from the back, and then we have some people and we see some bags there. So how can you use your bag? First of all, if I'm seeing the attacker coming towards me, and I'm simply throwing the bag to his face, okay? It doesn't matter if it's a bag, it's a cup of coffee, or any object you got in your hands. The moment I'm throwing the bag, boom, to the attacker's face, boom, and adding in another attack as a kick, a push kick, okay? I'm gaining back the advantage here because I'm surprising the attacker itself. Just throwing any sort of an object will make a huge difference. So I actually want to do a little experiment here, Leo. I'm going to take you to take a step back and simply to go and stab me towards the chest with the knife. Exactly. I'm not going to do nothing. I'm not going to hurt you, barely going to defend. I'm even here with the hands in my pocket. So here, Leo, you're going to go, and I'm giving you 5 times to stab me. You're taking a step back, so we have a little bit of distance, and you're stabbing me, okay? So this is stab number 2 already, okay? Number 3. Okay, and you have all the way to 5. Ah! Okay, so as you can see, I've done this experiment many times. What happened here with Leo is the moment I was screaming, throwing those keys towards his face. If it's a phone, throwing the phone towards his face. If I have nothing in my hands, even just screaming and doing such a emotion that's gonna look weird or is going to surprise the attacker, just by doing this, the attacker is going to stop. And by him stopping while I'm throwing the keys and screaming, boom, I can kick. And now I can guarantee you guys an attacker is also someone vulnerable. Even if he's under adrenaline, the moment I'm surprising him and I'm using the element of surprise, I'm gaining back the advantage. I'm adding a kick or push kick, and I have at least more distance and an opportunity to defend myself. So this is our first concept. Using common objects is simply using the object. If you have a big and large object as a bag and the attacker is stabbing you, simply using the object as the defense itself. So just from here, if you're going to be stabbing, boom, okay, I'm simply using the object, the bag. Now Leo, go with a couple of stabs. I'm here, at least taking off the first stab and defending against the first stab, and that's gonna make a huge difference. So this is the second way. Now, after we covered using an object by throwing it or using it as an actual defense, we're jumping into our second concept. What about those other people who were there? We see that the attacker is stabbing one person and then the other. Now, a big part of self-defense is also learning how to help the community, how to help someone who is being attacked. So we can see that there is a moment when the attacker is stabbing one of those people and there are people around the attacker. So if I know and I have the confidence and I'm someone trained and I want to help someone else, there is a simple technique that we're going to show you that can definitely neutralize this attacker. So here we got Leo stabbing one person and I'm from the back. Leo, stab him, stab him. Whoop, up, whoop. Okay, so what's going on here? One more time, Leo. Leo is stabbing one of the guys. I'm coming from the back and I'm catching his whole face with the eyes. Now, Leo, if you try to stab me, right? And all of this is happening in a split of a second. The grab, boom, and this motion, of course, I'm going to create damage in the back of his neck. 7 vertebrae are here. And if I do it right away, boom, he's falling with his head towards the ground. I kick. I always pay attention. If the knife stays in his hands, I always pay attention. I'm far enough from the knife and I'm not staying here. Because here, he also got the knife. So when I'm taking him down, I'm gonna go to the other side of the knife, adding a kick, and this kick might knock him out. Some other people might have courage now to help me and neutralize the attacker. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Owen Malul here, analyzing real life scenarios caught on tape. Today we have an interesting scenario to show you with a professional MMA fighter who got attacked, once with a baseball bat, then against another person. Leo, please come. Thank you. Let's see what we got here. So as you guys can see, we have a road rage scenario here. Something happened between both of those cars. As you can see, the guy here is getting out of his car, getting a baseball bat out of his trunk. He's getting angry of one of the guys here in the car, hitting the car itself. Now you can see the guy with the hat here getting out. He gets towards the guy with the baseball bat, moves back. He's able to knock him out. The other guy here goes and push him towards the car, and look how he controls him here. We talk about someone that is a professional MMA fighter here. So you can see how he's able to handle both attackers. Now he gets the second attacker to a headlock and simply put him out of consciousness. So he was able to handle both of the attackers, goes back to his car, and they simply drive. So you can see how training gives you the confidence to handle those kind of situations. Let's learn what happened here. Now, what we saw that our defender, the one with the white hat, the professional fighter, when he saw the swing with the baseball bat, he went out and boom, simply then dived in. That's a very common and a very well-known move in any fight, in boxing, MMA, when the attack comes and he moved back, boom, and then dive in. Now, we're gonna show you what Krav Maga in self-defense gives you in this kind of scenario. And it could be really similar, but a little bit different to protect more your face. Okay, so Leo, you're gonna try to reach me. I'm gonna do actually exactly the same. I'm gonna move back, okay? Now you can go swing once, swing from the inside, outside. You can do whatever you want, right? You're the attacker. First, I'm gonna move back. So, one, whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay? Now, look what happened. What I did is exactly like our defender did, moving back, okay? Now, you don't have to move back. If you're seeing the stick, you're seeing the baton, the baseball bat coming at you, boom, you can dive in from the first moment, boom, and control it. And that's what we actually recommend usually to do. So what we're doing in self-defense, defense against a stick, we're doing exactly the opposite that what's your instinct is going to tell you? Your instinct is going to tell you to move back and defend with your hand. Now, you can imagine when baseball bat goes to your hand, what happens? Simply going to smash your hand, of course break your bone. You don't want this to happen. So if you're moving back, you're moving all the way out. But there is a moment when you have to dive in. Okay, Leo, you're for example gonna go outside. So I'm diving in, for example, that way. Okay, boom. Let's take a look at what I'm doing here. Whoop. Okay, when I'm diving in, I'm shortening the distance. Pay attention to the part of the stick that has the potential and the most leverage to hit me is, of course, the left part of the stick, the left third of the stick. Whenever I'm getting closer and closer, the impact of the stick is gonna be less and less. And if I'm getting that close and I'm diving in, it's gonna be like a punch, right? So let's do actually the first movement now, first motion, right? So if I'm diving in, pay attention, diving in, hands are all the way. Why am I getting my hands together? The reason is, if he's gonna be able, for example, to go towards my face, even with the stick itself, if my dive in wasn't so great, whoop, I'm able to protect, right? Now from the other side, I'm able at least to protect my face, and the stick might even slide one more time. Whoop, okay? Now from here, attacks. If you are managed to kind of wrap the hand, that would be the great thing. Okay, so let's go over the steps here. If you can dive in right away, we told you to dive in. Our scenario was first move back, and then we want a dive. Now pay attention to the dive. My head is in between my hands, right? And then I'm wrapping, going to knees, kicks. So from here, after those attacks, I'm putting leverage and rotating my body towards him, then getting the distance and taking control of the baseball bat, the baton. To conclude, guys, we had here a first scenario when the guy got out of his car, grabbed the baseball bat. Now, our attacker was managed to go back, then dive in. We taught you how to dive in even more precisely with a self-defense dive in against a stick. Whoop, okay? Your hands are getting close to each other. Pay attention that my fingers are not this position, are together. I'm sticking my fingers into each other, and then after the hit, able to wrap the stick, attack, boom, disarm, and taking control of the situation. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Welcome to the show analyzing real life scenarios caught on tape. We're going to dive into our scenario. Leo, let's see what kind of scenario we have today. Okay, so as you guys are able to see, we have a scenario that is happening here in South Africa. When we have the attackers here hiding on the ground, turns to be that there are 3 attackers and 2 people here are being attacked. Here you can see the attackers are revealing themselves, one with a machete, another one with a knife, and the third one will be coming here. One of the guys able to escape from the guy with the machete, and then we have 2 more people with a knife here. So here's the guy with the machete getting into their house and is robbing their home. That's what we got here. So as you guys were able to see in our scenario, we have 3 attackers that are hiding and are attacking 2 other guys. One has a machete and 2 other attackers have a knife. Now, we're gonna be speaking about a defense against a knife because we're seeing the guy being stabbed there from up with this leveraging hand, the hand that is separating, so the hand that creates the space and make sure the stab goes right into those weak spots. So we have to learn, first of all, how to take care of this leveraging hand. Second of all, how to take care of the danger of the knife, of course. So let's start. First of all, quick, Leo. So you're stabbing me up. Excellent. So let's break it down and see what do we have to do in order to neutralize this hand with the knife. Of course, if we're starting from the beginning, if I'm seeing an attacker with a knife, to defend with my legs will be the best thing, or with a common object, because I'm keeping the attacker away from me. That's the advantage here. There's a disadvantage here as well, because while I'm keeping the attacker far away from me, that's right, I might be able to run away or to grab a chair or to ask for help, but on the other hand, I'm not neutralizing the attacker. After this push kick, right, he's still gonna be with the knife, and I'm not gonna be able to push kick him forever. Okay, so if I'm using my legs, of course that's a push kick, and run away in order to grab an object, ask for help, etc. Okay, but if I'm getting caught in this kind of scenario, when I'm already here, okay, and the stab is coming at me, so I have to take first care of the leveraging hand that is separating between me and the danger itself. With simply defending, right, and attacking, as we said, it's not going to be enough, because the attacker can also go down. Okay, so please pay attention. So the moment you're caught with this scenario, with this leveraging hand, what you want to do is first, as we said, take care of this hand separating, and second, dive into this hand with the knife. Even though it's not that natural to dive into a blade, that's the only way to really get control and neutralize the hand of the knife. After I'm doing it, after I'm doing it, I'm here. Now, that's right that I can get a little scratch here, but I don't really care, because it's not a real stab, and I'm really controlling the knife here. Fleur, you're gonna be pulling the knife now here. Whoop! I don't care, I'm letting you pull me. I'm becoming a part of your hand, becoming the part of the hand that's holding the knife, and giving you knees. If you come from here, you'll be able to see it. Leo, you can pull, whoop, boom, and I'm giving knees, boom, and then taking control of the situation till the knife is on the ground, of course. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Leo. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Welcome back to the show, analyzing real life attacks caught on tape. We're going to dive into our video. Let's see what kind of scenario we have. So we have a scenario happening in Israel, in a city named Ra'anana. We can see this guy here with the orange vest walking towards the bus station. Turns to be that he is a terrorist that is going to stab here. As you can see, he's pulling out a knife and stabbing one person from the back right into his neck, and then keep stabbing people here, civilians, in the bus station. He managed to stab 3 or 4 people and simply running away. So we're continuing with knife defenses today, and we're going to talk about a couple of concepts. First of all, as we can see in our scenario, we have a terrorist walking towards the bus station and stabbing one of the person from the back. Now, important to mention that this scenario happened in a time, in a period that in Israel itself got a lot of knife stabs. And we're gonna talk a little bit before starting about awareness, what we call situational awareness. Many of those knife stabs occurred in a bus station. So one tip that we're always saying, in times, in period of the year that we know that there are a lot of attacks that are being happened, better if you're waiting in the bus station not to wait with your back facing the street, wait with your back facing the bus station. So this way, if I'm waiting in a bus station and my back is facing the bus station, if there is any attack that's happening, at least I'm able to see what's going on in front of me. Whoop, whoop. Okay, so at least to have the vision, and then I can decide if to react, run away, maybe use a common object. So that's our first concept. Second concept, we're gonna be talking about what happened if still you're being stabbed from the back. Leo, stab a couple of times. Whoop. So, of course, we're not claiming that someone who is not trained and is being stabbed from the back is going to react this way, and even someone trained, okay? We know that life is not a Hollywood movie, and even though if you're trained, not 100% you're going to react in a certain way when you're surprised. When you're surprised, you're in a disadvantage. Here, the attacker is in an advantage and stabbing from the back. But we do want to teach you this move, because with practicing, and if you got the confidence in the attitude while training, and you're being stabbed from the back and you understand you're in trouble, okay, instead of getting the second or third stab, you're able to do this move. And pay attention, this is the same move we're always using, the dive in. The only thing I do is just turn, whoop, defend, wrap. And that's right, I have been stabbed already, but guess what? We see people who've been stabbed, who've been shot, and with the adrenaline, they keep functioning. Under stress, our body is able to do much more than we think. So here is our second concept for today. Being stabbed from the back, if you're able to turn and react, that's another option. Coming up next, we're gonna show you guys how to defend yourself against a knife attack with a common object. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Another way we're going to show you how to neutralize someone that holds a weapon, if it's a knife or a gun, it's coming from the back. We spoke about it in the past, but this is a very simple way. If you got here, that's going to be here. If not, hands to the face, and I'm going with a whoop. Now, usually the knife or the gun is going to fall because you want to use your hands in order to protect your head. And if I'm doing it correctly, I'm putting leverage on his vertebrae here. And if I do it in one motion explosive, I'm gonna create damage, and his head very likely is going to hit the ground. Boom. Of course, stay away from the knife or the weapon, okay? We're gonna show you the last way. The third way we're gonna show you how to neutralize someone from the back is simply by a takedown. Whoop. Okay, from here, we're going to the head, always not staying close to his legs. If the knife or the weapon fell, boom, get it far away from the attacker, so of course he cannot reach it. One more time. Now, in our scenario, he had a counter, and that actually doesn't really matter. We don't really mind if the attacker hits his face on the counter. Now, pay attention, it's a very simple takedown. When I'm doing it quick and grabbing his leg, pulling from the hands, pushing from the shoulder and the head, looks like this. Whoop. Okay, he is going to leave whatever he has in his hands, right? We're gonna do the same now with a gun. If you're from the back, what's gonna happen that our attacker is simply gonna have to leave the gun because he's putting his hands instinctively. It's not something he thinks about it. Of course, you're moving towards the face, boom. And if he has a gun, pay attention where the weapon is and taking control of the situation. One more time, a little bit of explanation. So to conclude, guys, we showed you how to neutralize an attacker from the back. First of all, he was with a knife. And then we spoke about even if he has a gun in his hands, one of the techniques could definitely work. Now pay attention, if he does have a gun, right, some way of neutralizing from the back will be more safe than the others, because gun, it's not like knife, you can always turn the gun towards you. But our last technique that we showed from the back, right, he, as we said, he's gonna put the gun on the ground when I'm taking him down, and the gun is going to go away, okay? Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, today we're gonna wrap up by reviewing all of the scenarios, all of the videos we had. So let's dive into our first scenario we had is about a woman who's being attacked on the street, and the guy is simply approaching to her, giving a punch first. The woman is understanding there is something going on, there's an attack going on, and she's trying to push him away, but then the guy gets angry, gives her a kick, and then a punch that knocks her out. We talked about that if you're seeing that there is an attack going on, and you're understanding you're under an attack, you're understanding you're in trouble, sometimes the best defense is a good offense. So you should not wait for the next punch or for the next move that might knock you out. We learned how to perform a Superman punch, how to gain back the element of surprise by faking like you're going to kick and then punch towards the jaw. The second move we had happened in a college when we had a guy who is trying to steal a woman's purse. He's dragging her by the stairs, putting her on the ground, trying to take her purse. The woman is doing a pretty good job, but we learned, and we were adding there a small technique that can make a whole difference. We learned how to create a separation with the knee, and then lift your hips in order to drive a kick towards the attacker's face. By doing that, you can get the distance and simply run away. The third scenario we had happened against a lady dressed in red when one woman was trying to punch her, a couple of guys are trying to separate, and then we had another lady who's grabbing her hair by the side. We talked about using your legs and hands as a human weapon with a hammer fist to the side, or any strikes that you can go to the side, backward. But we also spoke about that if you're already being grabbed by the hair and feel the grip and the move, you should hold on to this grip, take care of the source of the attack, and then continue with another attack to neutralize our attacker. And our last and fourth move was happening against a knife stab that occurred in Israel in a bus station not too long ago, when a guy was simply stopped by the heart. Unfortunately, we know this guy did not make it. But what we wanted to learn from this scenario is first, situational awareness. We're always repeating it in self-defense. But the most important thing, you walk in the street, does not mean to be scared of life, but does mean being aware of where you are, being aware if there's someone approaching you from the side, backward, that looks suspicious. And we also learned about using your legs as a defense. We learned about push kick, how can you create distance, and simply run away. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, so we're continuing with the same scenario when the professional fighter got attacked in a road rage scenario. Once, the first scenario we had was with the baton, the baseball bat. Now we're moving on to the second guy. Now, as you can see in the video, he managed also to control the second guy and to put him into a headlock. He was pushed by the second guy on the car with a bear hug. Boom, was pushed, and from here they kind of struggled, pushed each other. Our professional fighter in the video is pretty strong, so he managed to take him off, and then later on even able to get him into a headlock and make him lose conscious. Now, we're gonna speak about this scenario. You're being pushed towards a wall. You're being pushed towards a car with a bear hug, right? Here, instead of trying to use simply your strength and see who is stronger here, right? Because if your attacker is stronger and you're simply gonna try to push him, that's not gonna work. Okay, pay attention to what I do here. Leo, you can put all your pressure up. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh. Okay, let's see what happened here. It's kind of a bear hug against the wall. Now, pay attention that his head is close to my body. Okay, if his head is still here, okay, and he's, for example, bear hugging me and I'm able to grab him with both of my thumbs, that's great. In our scenario, it's not what happened. The head of the attacker was already tied in, so you're not able to grab his eyes. But what you are able to do, first of all, if you got hair, one of those hands can go to hair and then pull. Okay, Leo doesn't have hair, so I'm gonna go with the second hand here and simply slide on the hand. Pay attention, I'm sliding till I'm reaching his nose. Okay, now from here, pushing the other hand as well, grabbing the head. As we said, if he has hair, great. Pushing. Okay, I'm putting pressure here on his neck, pushing forward, attacks, boom, attacks, and then taking control of the situation. One more time. You're being pushed away from here. Your attacks are not so effective. Your attacks are not effective in this kind of scenario. The only attack that would be able maybe to work is an elbow, but it's not always available for you. So what I want you guys to do is to go with your hand. Pay attention, I'm sliding on his body and I'm fighting in his nose. From the nose, he's not able to resist. We're gonna show you example here. Leo, simply cross my hand here. As you can see, I'm not able to cross his hand. But if I'm gonna use one finger on his nose here, right? Of course, he's not able to move forward. So if you're putting leverage, you're putting pressure on the nose, right? The attacker is not able to resist. You got the distance. You're able to use counterattacks and simply get out of there. Leo, thank you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, we're going to review and go over all the real life scenarios that we analyzed and all the self-defense techniques that we were teaching you. The first scenario we had happened in South Africa when 3 attackers, 2 with a knife, 1 with a machete, tried to rob a house. We were talking specifically about the knife stab with this leveraging hand. So we talked about how to handle a knife stab. If you can use your legs first and gain distance, that will be the best thing. But if you already got caught into this scenario, into this position when you're being stabbed and this leveraging hand is there blocking you from reaching the knife, you have to take first care of this hand. We call it the leveraging hand. Second of all, take care of the knife, the danger itself. Second scenario happened in Israel in a city named Ra'anana, and we had a knife terrorist who came to a bus station and started stabbing people. We spoke first of all about being aware more of your surrounding, situational awareness, how we call. And we spoke about that if you're in a bus station, instead of simply waiting for the bus with your back facing the wall, or if you're sitting in a restaurant and you know this time of the year there are attacks that are being occurred, try to be simply more aware of your surrounding and less facing your back to the street, and have more vision. And of course, seeing who is around you. If you're sitting in a bus station, don't just walk or sit and look at your phone. Be aware of who is around you. We also spoke about what happened if someone stabbed you from the back. What kind of defense you can do. If you turn to him, wrap those hands. We went step by step and taught you guys how to do that. We continued with this same scenario and spoke about using common object in our third scenario. And spoke about if you have a bag or keys, simply use them, throwing it to the attacker, using your legs as well for attacks, run away. We also spoke about helping the community. If you're seeing someone that is being attacked and you have the technique, you have the confidence, how to do it correctly, because if you're gonna help someone, better you do it correctly, because sometimes you can do more damage than actually help. And our fourth and last scenario was about a woman that was abused, grabbed by the hair, thrown by the stairs. We talked about training yourself to have the ability to function under stress. Training your mind by visualizing. The moment you visualize, your brain is understanding that in this kind of scenario, he knows what to do. Your subconscious does not distinguish between reality to imagination. If you really visualize it, if you add emotions to it, your subconscious is gonna think is real. So train your mind, train your body in a self-defense training. And that's the only way you can really train yourself to function under stress. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next time with more episodes, scenarios. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, this is Oren Malul, analyzing real life scenarios caught on tape. We're going to dive into our scenario. Let's see what we got today. Thanks, Leo. So let's see what we got here. As you can see, we have a woman here and a man simply having a discussion first of all. But you can see that this guy is threatening her, telling her to sit down. And soon you're going to be able to see that this guy has a gun. Now, look like this woman is kind of his hostage. When she's tied up here, her hands looks like they're tied up, and the attacker here is threatening her with a gun. So, a couple of shots here that we can see when she is tied up, and he is threatening her with a gun. Now, let's see what we can do. Not easy scenario to handle. So first of all, if we're going to speak about the gun, of course, the last option is to react. You don't want to resist the attacker. If it's a robber or anything like that, give your money. This is usual advice. Your last option is definitely to react, just if you're in immediate life danger. We've seen in Israel scenarios like soldiers that are being kidnapped. So that might be one of the scenarios to do something, because usually the other location or what's happening after is not that great. In our scenario, the attacker is in a range of reach. That means the gun is usually pointed to the attacker this way, that way, or when she's sitting, even he speaks to her with the gun, okay? So let's see what we could do here. Leo, you're pointing the gun, right? You can even load it. The moment you are seeing me resisting, you're going to shoot, okay? Oh, whoop. So as you were able to see, I used the element of surprise while I was speaking to Leo. So same here. If I am here in this scenario and the attacker is with the gun, if you're going to react, and if you're making the decision, this is your last chance and you got to do something, do it while you're speaking. No, please don't hurt me. Boom. Now pay attention that the hands that are tied up, of course that's not comfortable, but I can still reach the gun. And what I do is I go one hand to the barrel, the other hand grabbing the back of the gun, right? Here when I'm sitting, it's on one hand, I'm in a disadvantage, but on the other hand, what the attacker is gonna do here is he's gonna pull the gun, helping me to stand up, boom, to a kick, right? Maybe knee to the face. Pay attention that always the barrel is not pointing me, right? If there are people around, not pointing towards the people, definitely pointing towards the ground. Okay, so one more time. bring my hands up, speaking to the attacker, distracting him, please no, maybe take my wallet, boom. One hand to the barrel, the other hand to the back of the gun. Even though my hands are tied up, I'm able to do so. Pay attention that I redirect the gun diagonally forward. So if he's pulling the gun and seeing my motion, right? And he's pulling the gun, whoop, I am jumping on the gun, okay? Maybe standing up, or maybe if he's close enough, here. If he's gonna pull the gun, whoa, I'm standing up with him. My hand is anchored to the back of the gun, and here, barrel towards the ground. I'm having the kicks, I'm having the knees, right? Pay attention that my body goes to his backside. If I would redirect the gun here, I'm getting into a problem. Even though there is something you could do, but we definitely want to pick going to the backside, because from here, he's having a harder time to fight me back. Right, Leo, try to punch me from here. That's not gonna be that comfortable. Now from here, I'm with both hands on the gun. He's with one hand. And from here, I'm going to disarm the gun by putting pressure, leverage, shoulder to shoulder, boom. Okay, one more time, the disarm. Okay, so pay attention, the one hand is on the barrel, the other hand is on the back of the gun. If he's gonna be pulling the gun from here, boom, I'm connected to it. Barrel always pointing the ground. Here, I'm gonna lean forward, put leverage on his finger here, possible even to break his finger. Now, breaking the finger is not necessarily what I want. I just want the gun. So 1 and 2, distance. Okay, now here, I'm gonna have to handle the gun when my hands are tied up, but it's possible, as you can see. It's possible even to load the gun, and I'm here getting into an advantage from the disadvantage I was at. One more time, you're here. No, please, maybe take my wallet. No, leave me alone. Oh, boom, boom. You're trying even to pull the gun, Leo. Oh, and I'm here with the leverage, already taking the gun. And I'm in control of the scenario. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, analyzing real life attacks caught on tape. We're continuing with our women's self-defense. We're going to be calling Shana with our next scenario of today. So let's see what we got here. So as you guys can see, we have an attack happening in a college here that starts in the stairs. The guy is pulling the woman by the stairs by her bag. Then she's on the ground. She's fighting all she got. She's trying to really get her bag back. Let's watch it again. Taking her by the stairs. And here they're fighting. She's doing a good job. He's not able actually to take her bag, just her cell phone. She runs away. And we're gonna see what else you can learn out of this scenario. So as we were able to see in our scenario, we have a guy trying to steal a woman's purse. Okay, she does not let him and she fights back. Okay, he's grabbing her by the bag and dragging her by the stairs. Then she falls to the ground. And here, there is the fight. When he's trying to take the purse and she's not letting him, she's trying to do something with her legs, okay? She's actually also using the knees, doing whatever she can not to give him her purse. She's doing a pretty good job. We can see it in the video, and the attacker is actually not able to get the purse out of her, just her cell phone. Then our attacker runs away. Because there is one technique that we can perform here that can change and turn the situation from a disadvantage into an advantage. And this is exactly what self-defense is. Okay, so you're here, getting dragged by the bag, falling to the ground, and here we're fighting. Now, just pushing me here with those legs, okay? will not always be enough. Okay, to the body, it's fine, but we have to understand all those big muscles are not a weak spot. Okay, we do have techniques that when you have distance, you would go towards the knee. The knee is definitely a weak spot, but when a person is close to you trying to get your bag, going towards the knee would be hard, and going towards the body is simply not enough. Okay? Okay guys, so let's see what we can do. So if I'm grabbing your bag here, your purse, what I want you to do is, first of all, put one knee to separate between you to the attacker. So I'm here, the knee is here. Why would you put this knee? Okay, if I'm coming to the ground, really trying to grab the bag, this knee is separating you and is not letting the attacker to really get close to you. Even if I don't want to punch you, there you go, this knee will make the job to get distance. And it's not about how strong you are, because this is a bone, and this is not enough, okay? But what's interesting, it's even more interesting that you can see that the lady was pretty naturally putting this knee. So we can see that it's a pretty natural move. Now, the attacker was not going all the way to the ground, he was here. That's fine. The lady was trying to use her leg and trying to go to the body, okay? Here or here, and this is not enough. This is not enough. But with a small change, okay? If you would bring the leg from here towards my face, that would be something completely else. But you're not able to do that if you don't have the right technique. What you gotta do is lift your hips up, lift your hips, exactly, and actually showing me the bottom of your foot. The only thing that was missing there is, instead of trying to go to the body, okay, use this technique of lifting your hips. Pay attention how Shana is lifting her hips. And now she's able to bring the leg towards my face. Now she's extending her foot, boom, all the way towards my face. You can imagine what would happen. Such a direct kick to the face. You will get the distance and then be able to run away. Good job. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, we're going to go over all the 4 scenarios we had and conclude them. We had first scenario, first video that was caught on tape was of 2 people getting into an argument. One of the guys simply threw a sucker punch to the chin of the guy in front of him. We see a direct knockout, then he moves towards his head with a kick. We talked first of all in the first part about distance. We showed you how distance is crucial in self-defense and how it gives you time for reaction. And then talked about covering up your face with inside or outside defense if possible. Then we continued with this exact scenario, with this exact video, and spoke about what happened when you get to the ground, how to stand up quick if possible. If not, how to use ground techniques when the attacker is close to you. And last was about if he already got to your head and you don't have another option because you see the soccer kick getting to your face, how to use your hand in order to defend. Our third scenario was about a professional fighter who got into a road range scenario. We were able to see how he's managing both attackers. So we were talking about the baton that the guy got out of his trunk, and we showed you how to defend against a baseball bat, against a stick correctly. Even though our professional fighter managed to move back and then punch him, we showed you a precise defense against a stick. We continued with the same exact scenario and showed you what to do with the second attacker who got our professional fighter on his car pushed him with a bear hug. We showed you a technique how to get rid of the guy that puts you against a car or a wall. With a bear hug, we showed you a precise technique how to reach his nose, hair if he got, and then neutralize the guy and take control of the situation. Thank you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English. Back to ILTV on the hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. It's currently 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of some of the latest developments that we have for you coming out of a horrible event. 12 people have been murdered in Sydney, Australia's Bondi Beach. Authorities are confirming that just over 60 people have been injured in varying conditions. Some are currently fighting for their lives in the ICU. The event in question was attended by just around 2,000 people, all fleeing the scene in a mass panic after the sounds of gunshots rang out. What began as a peaceful event to light the first Hanukkah candle as a community. Attendees were targeted by two assailants who opened fire at the open event, killing Chabad Rabbi Eli Schlenger and two young Jewish schoolboys and 10 others. Bondi police responded to the event, apprehending the shooters, and medical emergency services have evacuated the injured. Australian authorities are now acknowledging the massacre as an anti-Semitic terror attack. And we can now go to the comments given just a few minutes ago by the Premier of New South Wales, Chris Minns. Have a listen.
I very sadly need to report that as of now, there are at least 12 individuals that have been killed. One of the offenders has also been killed and one is in custody. This attack was designed to target Sydney's Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. What should have been a night of peace and joy celebrated in that community with families and supporters has been shattered by this horrifying evil attack. Tonight saw extraordinary acts of personal courage and bravery from individuals in our community. And I think it's worth remembering that in all of this evil, in all of this sadness, there are still wonderful, brave Australians that are prepared to risk their lives to help a complete stranger. Our heart bleeds for Australia's Jewish community tonight. I can only imagine the pain that they're feeling right now to see their loved ones killed as they celebrate this ancient holiday. It's the responsibility of all Australians to wrap their arms around Australia's Jewish community and help them get through this incredibly difficult period.
Now, it's important to note this shooting comes after 2 years of a frightening spike in anti-Semitism in the streets of Australia. But this attack by far supersedes the law. And we also have the reaction of Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for you now.
This afternoon, there has been a devastating terrorist incident at Bondi at the Hanukkah by the Sea celebration. This is a targeted attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, a celebration of faith. An act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism that has struck the heart of our nation. For all Australians, our first thoughts are with those in the terrible early hours of their grief. We are also thinking of everyone being treated for their injuries, and many of whom are alive right now because of the courage and quick action of the New South Wales Police and the first responders who rushed to their aid, as well as the courage of everyday Australians who, without hesitating, put themselves in danger in order to keep their fellow Australians safe. An attack on Jewish Australians is an attack on every Australian, and every Australian tonight will be, like me, devastated on this attack on our way of life. There is no place for this hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. Let me be clear, we will eradicate it. Our police and security agencies are working to determine anyone associated with this outrage. Our agencies will provide you with factual updates as quickly as possible as they continue to emerge. The evil that was unleashed at Bondi Beach today is beyond comprehension, and the trauma and loss that families are dealing with tonight is beyond anyone's worst nightmare. Australians have had their lives cruelly stolen, and many have been injured. Australia will never submit to division, violence or hatred. We will see justice done, and we will come through this together.
And in Israel, the response is also coming out. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is saying that anti-Semitism is spreading in Australia like a cancer. He also added that if the cancer is not addressed by local authorities, it will continue to spread, thus specifically calling out the Australian authorities for not addressing anti-Semitism sooner. And also condolences are being sent to the Jewish community in Australia as Israel's President Isaac Herzog shared a few words. Take a listen.
In these very moments, our sisters and brothers in Sydney, Australia, have been attacked by vile terrorists in a very cruel attack on Jews who went to light the first candle of Hanukkah on Bondi Beach. Our heart goes out to them. Our heart misses a beat. The entire nation of Israel misses a beat in this very moment as we pray for the recovery of the wounded. We pray for them, and we pray for those who've lost their lives. We send our warmest strength from here, from Jerusalem, and we repeat our alert time and again to the Australian government to seek action and fight against the enormous wave of anti-Semitism which is plaguing Australian society. Let's hope for better news, and we hope to see them all healing and here.
And also, security officials in Israel are now hinting at Islamic regime involvement, saying the attack was most likely an IRGC plot carried out in Australia. We will, of course, follow up on that report. But first, joining me now live from outside the Australian Embassy in Tel Aviv is our ILTV correspondent, India Naftali, with more news on this horrific shooting. India, you're outside the embassy. What can you gather from the scene there?
Well, what we know now, Devo, is that the New South Wales police said that there have been 12 killed. That's what we know. 29 have been taken to the hospital, including a child. Now, this event was being held at Bondi Beach. It was a Hanukkah event meant to light the first candle. And there were more than 1,000 in attendance, almost potentially 2,000 there. Now, we learned recently that a rescue bomb disposal unit has been deployed after learning that one of the vehicles linked to the gunman actually had a improvised explosive, and now they are working on that. Devo, mass shootings are quite rare in Australia, so this is coming as a great shock to the nation and to the world. We know that one gunman was killed, another is in critical condition, according to police. The Prime Minister has called this attack an act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism that has struck the heart of the nation. But now there's even reports coming in that Israel's investigating potential Hezbollah involvement. That this could potentially be an act of retaliation from the killing of Ali Tabtabai in Lebanon.
Absolutely, and as you rightfully say, that there's a lot of estimation right now that this could be Islamic regime involvement in this event. India, if you could stay with us and hopefully maybe get us a reaction from the embassy, we'll be right back with you for more information. India, thanks. And for now, I am joined by Linda Ben Menashe, the president of the National Council of Jewish Women Australia, to give us some more information about the community and how they are handling this horrific event. Linda, thanks so much for coming on the show, and I hope that you are keeping safe right now.
Thank you, Devo.
So what can you share with us at this time? How is the community handling this horrific news? I know it's very raw and it just happened, but what can you tell us?
Well, it is very raw, and the community is devastated, as you can imagine. Indeed, 1,000 people, mostly members of the Russian Jewish community, but not only. It was an event organized by Chabad's Russian synagogue at Bondi Beach. Families, children, people are absolutely outraged. People are in deep trauma, but I would say not shock, actually, because we have experienced 2 years of rising anti-Semitism in this country, and we all know from Jewish history and history generally that hate speech leads to violent action, and this is exactly what has happened.
And how is the community, finding the space to support each other during this time? What is being done in the community? We had on ILTV some of your community leaders not long ago sharing some inspiring words, but have you been feeling the support and the warmth of the community? What are the feelings like right now?
Absolutely. Well, the Australian Jewish community is one of the closest and tightest knit of world diaspora communities. It's also a very, very Zionist community. So the connection with each other and with the people of Israel is very, very strong. We feel the light of Hanukkah, although extinguished tonight in the most horrible way, will take us forward. We are a strong and resilient community here.
And, is there a message that you can give to our viewers at ILTV? We're trying to sort of, as the story is unfolding and, of course, we're getting more details and we're updating as these details get to us. But like I said, this shooting happened just a few hours ago. And, people are really curious to know how the Jews in Australia are, despite, as you rightfully say, the spike in anti-Semitism, how the Jewish community is handling this. And what are the feelings as well with the response of Australian authorities? Did the police respond on time? Do you feel that your government is doing enough to respond to this atrocious event?
Well, I believe that the police responded extremely well at the time tonight, but I think it's fair to say that the Australian Jewish community has been disappointed and dismayed for 2 years at the inaction of our federal government in the face of absolutely outrageous Jew hatred in our streets. I mean, 2 days after October 7, we had crowds burning Israeli flags and screaming about death to the Jews at our Sydney Opera House, an iconic location in Australia. In August this year, we had a march which was called a March for Humanity across the Sydney Harbour Bridge. And at that march, there were flags of terror groups. There was a portrait of the Ayatollah and the calls for globalizing the Intifada. And again, after that expression of Jew hatred on our iconic Harbour Bridge, there was no proper government response. And as we have been warning the government for 2 years, when you appease or do not respond appropriately to hate speech and vilification of an entire community, the end result will be violence of the most extreme kind. And we are angry. We saw this kind of violence on the streets of Paris and London and Washington, D.C., in fact, where I was outside the Jewish Museum there a few hours before the murder there of 2 young people. And it unfortunately was only a matter of time that something this horrific would happen at an iconic Australian location, Bondi Beach. No Australian is safe if you cannot go to Bondi Beach and not be shot at by 2 terrorists.
It's really heartbreaking. I really wanted to ask you about that, about the feelings of security. Do you feel safe in Australia, or just not anymore?
I did feel physically safe until tonight, to be perfectly honest with you. And actually, our organisation did a recent survey of Australian Jewish women and our feelings of safety in this country. It was just a couple of months ago. And we found that 1 in 2 Australian Jewish women said that they did not feel safe revealing their Jewish identity in this country, that we have changed our patterns of behaviour. And I think it was 2 in 5 Australian Jewish women hide any signs of their Jewishness when they go out in public. I mean, this is just outrageous in 2025.
Absolutely. And, how do you expect the community, moving forward? Is there anything planned right now, any sort of circles or, supportive groups to kind of tackle this event once the dust does settle and we can, get more information coming out of this event?
I believe there will be communal vigils in Jewish communities across Australia. Our organisation has been running resilience workshops for Jewish Australians since October 7, actually, over 5,000 Australians, and there are less than 100,000 Jews in Australia. So 5,000 Australian Jewish people have come to a resilience workshop. And in fact, the Anu Museum in Tel Aviv reached out to us tonight to offer their support in more resilience training. And the Jewish people are resilient and we will survive. And Hanukkah reminds us that we will survive. But it is a hard day and a hard night today.
Mm-hmm. And, as we mentioned earlier, the hearts of all of us here in Israel, they bleed for you. And we hope that everybody who has been injured makes a speedy recovery. And we hope that everybody is staying safe. And, we talk about all this, the symbolism of Hanukkah, of light versus darkness. And the truth behind this terror attack is that the event was originally a peaceful event, a Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, to light the candle together. It was a moment that was supposed to symbolize unity and community and tolerance. And here comes in this evil to basically destroy that and to take away this joy from the community. And it's truly just heartbreaking to just understand the symbolism. But if you have a message to tell on this note, as you said, the Jewish community is resilient. What can you say about your community at this point?
I can say that my community is strong. My community understands the lessons of history. My community knows that what we celebrate at Hanukkah is our survival, and we will survive another 2,000 years. And one day, Australia will regain, I hope, its reputation for safety, for multiculturalism, and we look to the future.
Linda, I want to thank you so much for coming on the show today, for giving us your perspective and also your emotions with this horrific event. I hope that you and everybody that you know and love is staying safe. And I want to just thank you one more time for coming on the show today. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
And we can now go to the New South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon, who has given a briefing and is now commenting on this event. Take a listen.
We know that there were many people there to celebrate a happy occasion, the celebration of Hanukkah, and there was well over 1,000 people there when this took place. As a result of the circumstances of the incident tonight, at 9:36 p.m. this evening, I declared this to be a terrorist incident. I have also authorised special powers under Section 5 and Section 6 to ensure that if there is a third offender, and we are currently investigating that at the moment, we will make sure that we prevent any further activity. Section 6 allows us to investigate today's incident. Unfortunately, at least 12 people are deceased at this time. 29 people have been transported to various hospitals around the Sydney area, including 2 police officers. The condition of those officers and the other transported are serious, but there is a range of conditions. Our thoughts, prayers and love go to all the families and all of those that were involved tonight. Could I ask, but this is a time of calm. This is a time where I want to make sure that there is no retribution. The police are investigating thoroughly. We have acted promptly. We have taken decisive action. Could I just ask for calm in the community? Allow the police to do our job. We will work closely with community, and I'll continue to provide updates about the investigation as they go on.
That was the New South Wales Police Commissioner giving some words on the event. And we can go back now to our ILTV correspondent, India Naftali, standing by near the Australian Embassy in Tel Aviv, who she has another update for us coming out of the details that are emerging from this event. India, are you with us?
Now, today, the embassy is closed because it is a Sunday here in Israel, and the embassy operates on Mondays through Fridays. But at this moment, Israeli security officials, like I mentioned before, are examining whether Iran may be linked to the deadly attacks. And this is part of Iran's multi-front war on Israel that could be reaching Australian soil. Now, they say Iran operates using local extremists or criminal organizations, which is what we could be seeing right now. Now, like I touched on before, this could be in retaliation to the assassination of Ali Tabtabai, who is a senior Hezbollah commander. This is a new way we are seeing now that Iran is retaliating. We've seen them attack on Israeli soil. We've seen them attack using other proxies like Hezbollah, like Hamas, like the Houthis. But now we are seeing, for one of the first times, an attack on a Jewish community abroad in a country, Western country like Australia.
Absolutely.
I'm expecting here to see tonight in front of the embassy. I'm believing that there's going to be some sort of vigil here. So hopefully we'll be here tonight to document that and see who's here and the Israeli community who is definitely affected by this. Tonight, Hanukkah will not be the same for people in Israel. They will definitely be speaking of this. This will not go unspoken of here in Israel. This will certainly be something that affects tonight's first lighting of the candle.
Mm-hmm. And, India, what we were saying before is that there's definitely a lot of symbolism in this horrific event. We have a lot of, symbolism of the light versus the darkness. So I want to thank you so much for giving us that report, India. And I hope to check back with you really, really soon with more updates. But first, let's take a listen to some of the witness testimonies coming to us out of Australia. Take a listen.
I ran onto the beach. I guess everyone ran onto the beach. It was pretty terrifying. I eventually went back to see what was happening. A few people helped a few old people get up and get out of there, but it was like there were lots of bodies on the floor. It was a fenced-in event, so it's kind of like fish in a barrel. Like the guy had I think of what I've been told, he had an automatic rifle, big gun, standing on the bridge, and just target practice. It was a Hanukkah event. It was a Jewish event. It was full of grandparents and grandchildren celebrating their religious event together. It was a community event. I was walking next to it, and then there was, I guess, a series of shots. It ended up being, I think, a few hundred shots.
So I was out at the restaurant over there and I was just serving I think I was taking away some dishes. But I was nearby the front and, I heard these shots go off and I knew it was gunshots immediately, but I didn't really register it. So I just sort of saw them all the way over there, just people start running and I'm going, well, maybe it's like a one-time shooting, not like it's not America, like not a massacre event. But turns out it was, and the whole shop just like stood up and we all just ran into the back exit and everyone was pushing everyone. There was no like semblance and we just ran in through.
As the witness recounts there, it's the gravity of the situation was not yet known at the time. And just before we continue with this broadcast, we'll hear a quick message from our partners at Hadassah. Take a listen.
3 million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
And let's go now to ILTV's Mayan Hoffman, who was in Australia in recent days. Mayan, what was the sentiment like while you were there? What's going on with the anti-Semitism?
So first of all, Devo, I was actually on Bonsai Beach, exactly where the attack happened just days ago. And in fact, I think it's important to understand where this beach is and how it looks and how populated it is. It's one of the main thoroughfares in Australia, one of the main locations where people hang out. And this is an event where thousands of people were. It's also just less than kilometer away from the main thoroughfares of the Jewish community, the synagogues, the yeshivas, and the businesses. This is a very, very active area of the Jewish community. It's also an open area. There's not really anywhere to run. This is an area where, as you saw from the different footage, when people open fire, there's very very few places to go. The sentiment of the Jewish community is that the writing was on the wall. I did dozens of interviews over the last 3 weeks during my time there with members of the Jewish community in Sydney and in Melbourne. And everybody said the same thing, that the government wasn't taking enough action, that when people call out, from the river to the sea, what they're really saying is that there's going to be some kind of attack like this, and nothing was being done.
And it's really, truly heartbreaking to see. Mayan, thanks so much for taking the time and for joining us. Let's go now to Lital Shemesh, Israeli anchor who is in Australia right now, who was either nearby the scene or at the scene. Lital, if you're with us, can you just clue us in on what's going on over there right now and where you were when this was all unfolding?
I am in Australia, but I can talk a little bit about the feelings of the Jewish community here in Australia. They are devastated in such an event, first candle of Hanukkah, where all the Jewish community were gathered in Bondi Beach for this one moment of actually breathing after such a hard 2 years of getting riots, of getting anti-Semitic attacks. We're talking about over 1,300 attacks against the Jewish community only in the recent year. And I've been speaking to some of the Jewish community members, and they're telling me that at the end of the day, this government of Anthony Albanese haven't done enough to prevent this attack. He knew all along that they are a threat against the Jewish community. He saw the riots, he saw the signs of mobilizing the Intifada, and he, instead of fighting Israel, constantly bashing the state of Israel, the prime minister of Israel, he was preventing from members of parliament to enter Australia in the past year. He was citing a Palestinian state, saying he's supporting a Palestinian state. And at the end of the day, what we've seen today is just the outcome of these past 2 years.
Absolutely. And Lital, if I may, where were you physically when this whole story was unfolding? I mean, what's your personal story with this horrific attack?
Yeah, so I'm an hour away, an hour flight away from Sydney. My partner is Australian. He's originally from the Jewish community in Sydney. Bondi Beach is the hype or the center of the Jewish community. We were actually supposed to go to Sydney next week. At the moment, we're at his parents' house, but obviously, I know many people who were at the attack, many people who were there. Arsen Ostrovsky, who you must know, a very popular advocate for Israel, who was injured on the scene, was a close friend of mine, and now being treated in the hospital. So I've been just following the news, Sky News here in Australia for the past few hours and just getting information from what is going on.
Yeah, and I really, really hope that everybody that you knew at these events are safe and sound, and that there is no ongoing threat to their lives. As we know, there are many people injured and fighting for their lives in the ICU as we speak. Lital, when it comes to the Jewish community in Australia, and like you say, with anti-Semitism, a lot of people are saying that the writing is on the wall, and we even have the comments of our very own Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that when anti-Semitism is like a cancer, and when it spreads, if it's not addressed by local authorities, then it continues to spread, and that's the manifestation that we are seeing today with this horrific shooting. Do you think that with the reactions of the Australian authorities, whether it be Prime Minister Albanese or the Chief Commissioner of the New South Wales Police, do you think that the response from these authorities is adequate at this point in time, or do you think that they should be doing more to offer support to the Jewish community of Australia?
Yeah, so I think you've touched the point. Prime Minister Netanyahu just now gave his declaration, and he said only recent August, I sent a letter to the government of Australia asking them to fight this rising anti-Semitism in your country. And I think the declaration of Albanese that we've just heard just wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough in condemning terror. Wasn't good enough in speaking against what the Jews are experiencing. Wasn't good enough in saying he's sorry, on his approach towards Israel throughout the war, when actually Israel, after October 7th, was attacked by so many countries. We got rockets from Yemen, from Lebanon, from Iran, from Gaza, you name it. And he was still citing the Palestinians. And the Jewish community here is very disappointed from his approach. Is very disappointed by the fact that he wasn't strict against people rioting on the Sydney Harbor. People saying after October 7th, when the Gaza war started, saying gas the Jews. We saw the signs. We saw them cheering for the destruction of the state of Israel, and he just stood by and let it happen.
Mm-hmm. And Lital, just quickly, because we do have just about 3 minutes remaining for this broadcast. But when it comes to all the things that you rightfully mentioned and the reaction of the Australian government, there's been comparisons made by an Israeli minister, a far-right Israeli minister here in Israel, comparing what had happened at Bondi Beach to the October 7th massacre. Do you agree with this sort of comparison? It's quite controversial at this point in time. What do you make of this comparison back to back? Do you think that there is any room for comparison?
Look, obviously, the range of events is not the same range, but the attack against Jews is the same attack. We are being attacked on Europe. We're being attacked in Israel, down south, in the north. It's not what happened on October 7th is not just an attack against the Jewish state. It's also an attack against Jews, against Jewish people. It's the same attack as the shooting attack in Washington, D.C. People don't understand that Jews are the only minority that actually has security guards outside of every facility, outside of every museum, every school, every synagogue. We're the ones who are being attacked. And when the world was marching with the Palestinians during those 2 years, I urge every single one of them to ask themselves, who is the underdog here? Who is the one tiny Jewish state who is just trying to maintain a normal, peaceful life in this place called the Middle East?
Absolutely. Your words today mean so much and are so entirely crucial. And just for the last minute, Lital, your final message to the people watching?
I would like to send the biggest hug to the people here in Australia, to the Jewish community, and just to tell them, do not fear, do not be afraid, raise your voice against anti-Semitism, criticize the ones who are making those decisions, criticize the government if needed, but raise your voice because you deserve to live in peace. And Australians, and not just Jews, deserve to get Australia back to what it was.
Absolutely. Lital Shemesh, thank you so much for coming onto the show, giving us your perspective. I hope that you are staying safe and your messages today have been very, very, very crucial and important. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And just before we wrap up, I have another video to show you, as from every massacre often emerges a hero. One of the men at the event had, with his own bare hands, taken down one of the gunmen. On your video screens now, you see the man in the white shirt bravely tackling the gunman, neutralizing him and taking away his firearm, but diluting what could have been significantly worse. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. We are wrapping up our live after a tough news, but thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you at our very next update.
Three million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
Hey everyone, we know how hard it can be to keep up with the latest news in Israel. So if you haven't had the time to stay on top of what's what in the Holy Land, we're here for you. I'm Ladar Gavelazi, and this is ILTV's Weekly Review.
Shortly after last week's first direct talks with the Lebanese government in decades, Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes against Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem denounced the direct contact between Jerusalem and Beirut and renewed threats to retaliate for ongoing Israeli airstrikes. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
Over the weekend, the IDF says it hit multiple Hezbollah weapons depots in several Lebanese towns after issuing evacuation warnings to residents. The army says the depots were embedded in the heart of civilian population, calling it a clear violation of ceasefire understandings, and another example of Hezbollah using civilians as human shields. The strikes come amid the ceasefire as Israel takes unilateral action to actively confront Hezbollah violations. Last week, Israeli and Lebanese representatives met in Naqoura, and they agreed to meet again later this month to discuss possible economic cooperation in agriculture, technology, transportation, and infrastructure. After renewing threats to retaliate for Israeli attacks, Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem sharply criticized the Lebanese government's decision to send a civilian delegate to the ceasefire committee. He called it a free concession to Israel and a clear violation of previous government positions.
قدمتم تنازل مجاني وهذا التنازل لن يغير من موقف العدو ولا من عدوانه ولا من احتلاله.
Meanwhile, Israel is reaching out publicly with a call for Lebanon to enter the Abraham Accords. Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Yechiel Leiter appeared in the Lebanese media with a direct message. Israel wants to pursue peace with Lebanon.
And it's very important for me to reach out to the people of Lebanon and to let you know that we want very much to pursue peace with you. We want to live together in peace and harmony. We have no issues with your territory. We have issues only with our security. And when we're threatened, we have to respond, because the same way you want to live in security, so do we.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz met President Isaac Herzog in Jerusalem, his first visit since taking office. Herzog hails the miracle friendship between Israel and Germany, noting that Israeli-made Arrow 3 missiles are now defending Europe. Herzog said Germany plays a huge role in creating a new horizon for Israelis, Palestinians, and the region, and called out the threat from Tehran. Merz reaffirmed Germany stands firmly with Israel, especially after the October 7, 2023 Hamas attack, calling the friendship very special. The two presidents exchanged views on moving forward towards phase 2 of the ceasefire in Gaza.
You're coming here just following the very unique, important and historic Security Council resolution, which calls for the day after in Gaza and in the region, which was led and crafted by President Trump and his team. It is clear that in order to move to the next stage, we must make sure that Hamas is removed out of capabilities in Gaza and offer a horizon to the region, a new horizon to the region, a new horizon to the people of Gaza and the people of Israel, a new horizon to Israel and its Palestinian neighbors and Israel and its Arab neighbors. We must work on it together.
Wir hoffen nun, dass dieser Friedensprozess in die nächste Phase eintreten kann und insbesondere, dass es gelingt, die Hamas zu entwaffnen. Denn dieser Krieg geht ausschließlich von der Hamas aus. Und wenn die Hamas ihre Waffen niederlegt, ist dieser Krieg beendet. Dann gibt es eine Zukunft für die Region, gibt es eine Zukunft auch.
Could Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi hold a first public meeting in 8 years? Reports have emerged that the U.S. is pushing for a summit between the two estranged leaders, but also point to the condition that the meeting be held on Israeli agreement to a massive gas deal to bring el-Sisi to the table. We go now to Alec Pollard in Tel Aviv with more details.
The White House is working to broker a rare summit between Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The frosty relations to be thawed by a deal in which Israel will supply gas from its massive Mediterranean reserves. According to Axios, who broke the story, American officials claim selling gas to Egypt could create new energy interdependence, strengthen peace, and help stabilize Egypt's economy. The deal, estimated to be worth tens of millions of dollars, would lead to Israel supplying 25% of Egypt's electricity usage in collaboration with American company Chevron, who are partners in the Israeli gas fields. Diplomats speculate that Cairo may push for long-term discounted supplies as part of the package. Jared Kushner told Netanyahu that in addition to the gas, Israel should also leverage its technology, artificial intelligence sector, and its expertise in renewable energy and water as part of its regional diplomacy, claiming a focus on the shared Iranian threat is not enough for the Arab neighbors. While economic initiatives have the potential to, quote, turn the cold peace into a warm one. Egypt played a central role in mediation between Israel and Hamas during the war, but relations between the two leaders have been strained. Sisi avoided speaking with Netanyahu throughout the Gaza conflict, and according to reports, the Egyptian president took Netanyahu's absence from his October summit regarding the future of Gaza personally. This would be the first public meeting between Netanyahu and Sisi since 2017. Washington argues a successful summit could lead to future deals with Syria, Lebanon, and even Saudi Arabia.
And now joining us to discuss the U.S.-Israel relations and the Prime Minister's upcoming trip to the United States is former MK and former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren. Michael, thank you for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. First, I want to ask you, what is your prediction for the Prime Minister's upcoming visit to the U.S., and how will it impact the U.S.-Israel relations?
Well, good to be with you, Emily, as always. The
listen, prophecy is not my strong point. I'm a historian, and I have enough problems predicting the past. But if we can base, Netanyahu's fifth meeting with this president on previous meetings, we can get maybe a good sense of what the meeting is about and what could be the outcome of the meeting. And by the way, there have been different meetings. There have been strained meetings. There have been very friendly meetings. This meeting comes in the background of the 20-point peace proposal advanced by the Trump administration, signed by virtually every nation in the region, with notable exception being Iran. And but the big problem, that in itself is a tremendous accomplishment, the return of all of our hostages, except for one. I'm still wearing this pin because Ron Kavili's remains have not been returned. But having said it's a great diplomatic achievement, but it's stuck. It's stuck between basically point one and point two. Point two is the disarmament of Hamas, and it hasn't happened. And Netanyahu is going to try to clarify how that might happen. And if the United States doesn't have a clear path forward for doing it, and from my best understanding, the goal is to get Turkey and Qatar to squeeze Hamas and get it to give up its weapons in some way, and hopefully not in just a performative way, but a substantive way. If that's not going to happen, what is Israel to do? And what are the next steps forward with regard to Gaza? And it's many, many steps. It's the deployment of the so-called International Stabilization Force. It's the fate of the 53% of Hamas, which is of Gaza, which is under Israeli control. Many, many questions. And beyond that, if you have patience, Emily, it's Lebanon, Syria, and Iran.
Well, as you mentioned, Israel is in a very difficult position with this Gaza plan. Still, no country stepping up to be a part, at least forward-facing, of this international force. No answer as to who will disarm Hamas and how. What are Israel's theoretical options, both practically and diplomatically?
Well, practically, Israel could resume the fighting with American backing. The Israeli army, Israeli defense forces could continue their advance into those areas under Hamas control to root out Hamas at tremendous cost in terms of our soldiers' lives, even Palestinian lives, and certainly in terms of Israel's image in the world. And Israel would never do that without express backing of this administration. I don't think we would do it on our own. The other option, in many ways is the easier option, is just to sort of adjust to a new status quo, where Hamas is basically bottled in this small area of Gaza. It cannot easily get rearmed, cannot easily get money into the Strip. People there live in misery with no hope of improvement. And to just leave that status quo and hope that Hamas will not be able to sort of revamp its missile firing or rocket firing capabilities and once again open fire on Gaza communities or as far north as Ashkelon and Ashdod. That would be the hope. And you take it from there and see, okay, what can we do if the status quo is maintained? Can we advance toward the goal, for example, of expanding the Abraham Accords to include Saudi Arabia and other Sunni countries?
Well, speaking of diplomatic pressure, we're on the heels of the Doha Forum in Qatar, where no Israelis were present. We see increasing soft power efforts from Qatar to influence the West. And based on the Trump administration's recent statement, it seems to be working. What are the ramifications of this for Israel?
There are many. We have succeeded in humbling to a large degree the Shiite axis in the Middle East run by Iran and Hezbollah. And we run the risk of replacing the Shiite axis with the Sunni axis, which is Qatar and Turkey. Turkey is demanding a role in Gaza. It appears that at least parts of the Trump administration support that desire on the part of the Turks. Qatar is in there. For Israel to put Turkey and Qatar into Gaza is a very serious strategic threat to us, I think to the entire region. And we must resist it to the greatest degree possible, all the while doing our utmost to remain on the same page with the Trump administration.
Now, before I let you go, I do want to get your take also on this raid of the UNRWA offices in East Jerusalem. I mean, the UN body has already been outlawed here in Israel for their associations with Hamas, but they've continued to operate in some capacity. Is this raid, the first step in shutting down UNRWA for good?
Let us hope. Let us hope. UNRWA is a source and a force for continued conflict in the Middle East. It teaches tens and tens of thousands of young people not to make peace with Israel, but to continue the battle for quote-unquote return. It is staffed, and we know it's been staffed in no significant measure by active terrorists. We know that it is the only organization like it in the world that perpetuates the Palestinian refugee issue by designating Palestinian, the descendants of Palestinian refugees from 1948, we're talking about grandchildren, great-grandchildren, still have refugee status, even if they have citizenship in another country like Jordan, perpetuates the conflict. So the degree to which Israel can disband, dismantle, and get rid of UNRWA will be good for Israel, but ultimately good for the Palestinians themselves.
A senior Hamas official says there will be no second phase in the Gaza truce while Israel continues ceasefire violations. The focus has shifted to implementation of the far more complex second phase of President Donald Trump's 20-point Gaza peace plan, approved by the UN Security Council. More on this from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
With the remains of only one hostage still in Gaza, the first phase of the U.S.-brokered ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is nearly complete after 2 months of delays and accusations on both sides. A Hamas official says the Gaza ceasefire cannot move on to its second phase as long as Israeli violations continue, calling on mediators to pressure Israel to adhere to the agreement. The second phase would include the deployment of an international force and the disarmament of Hamas. It's meant to begin only after Hamas completes the return of all hostages and hostage bodies. The group still holds the body of one hostage, Ran Gvili, claiming it has been unable to locate him. Israel has carried out strikes across Gaza, which it says were in retaliation for attacks on troops manning the yellow line where the IDF pulled back at the start of the truce. The focus shifts to the far more complex second phase of President Trump's 20-point Gaza peace plan, approved by the UN Security Council. If it succeeds, it could end Hamas rule, rebuild and demilitarize Gaza under international supervision, normalize Israel-Arab ties, and create a possible path toward Palestinian statehood. But the pitfalls are significant. The plan calls for an international stabilization force to deploy in Gaza and train Palestinian police. Several countries have expressed interest, but none have committed, and Israel insists Turkey be excluded. U.S. officials say boots on the ground could come in early 2026, but key questions remain about command and powers remaining unresolved. The second element is Trump's Board of Peace, which he will personally head, overseeing a Palestinian technocratic committee to run Gaza. Members have not been announced, and Israel opposes any figures linked to Hamas or the Palestinian Authority, making selection highly problematic. On reconstruction, Gaza's damage is estimated by the UN at $70 billion. Donor states are expected to gather in Egypt, but funding and agreement on how to spend it remain uncertain. The most contentious issue is Hamas disarmament. The ceasefire requires the group to surrender all weapons. Hamas says it will not disarm, though it has floated freezing its arsenal for several years. Failure to disarm could trigger new clashes with Israel or with international forces. The plan also envisions Israeli withdrawals. Currently, Israel controls over half of Gaza. Further pullouts depend on security milestones, but no timetable exists. Israeli military chief Eyal Zamir has called the current yellow line a new border and a vital defensive belt. And finally, Trump's plan requires deep reforms in the Palestinian Authority to create a credible pathway to statehood. Israel rejects a Palestinian state and doubts the PA can reform itself. Without political horizons, Palestinian support for the plan may collapse. With Netanyahu expected at the White House this month, diplomats say the ceasefire is at a critical juncture, with the entire peace roadmap hinging on whether the second phase can actually begin.
And joining us now with more on the latest developments in the region and beyond is the spokeswoman for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and our very own former ILTV news anchor, Shosh Bedrosian. So, Shosh, so wonderful to see you.
Lidar, thanks for having me.
So the Prime Minister is scheduled in a short time to visit the White House at the invitation of U.S. President Donald Trump. Can you share with us what is going to top the agenda on this visit?
Sure. So what I can share with your viewers, who I know are listening, is that the meeting will be taking place December 29th. That's a Monday. And they will be discussing the future steps, the phases, and the international stabilization force of the ceasefire plan, essentially the future of what this plan could look like. Now, let's remember where we started. We got to this point in time where we have a ceasefire in place. It's been in place, Lidar, for more than 60 days right now. And it all started with the stronghold of our IDF soldiers going into the Gaza City stronghold, a decision the prime minister made. And by doing that, we put immense pressure on Hamas. Not only that, but the diplomatic pressure that President Trump put on Hamas with the help from Arab countries and Muslim countries, we got to the point where Hamas had no choice. So together, we reached this point of a ceasefire. And they will be discussing, of course, like I said, the next phases. Now, we have one more hostage that is still in captivity right now. It is Ron Gvili. He is a hero of Israel. He fought near Kibbutz Alomim. He is our last hostage in captivity. Hamas has delayed giving his body back. It's been more than 61 days. They've been stalling to give his body back. Under this 20-point plan, Lidar, it is a commitment Hamas made. They would release all of our hostages within 72 hours. Here we are, 61 days later, and we still have a hostage in captivity. The prime minister has made it very, very clear we will get Ron Gvili's body back home. And moving on to phase two, we will ensure that Hamas is demilitarized and they have no arms. Gaza is demilitarized. Ensure that Hamas has no future inside of Gaza.
And now, speaking of phase two, I mean, how is Israel, how is the prime minister navigating the, let's call it the internationalization of this conflict? I mean, it's something that Israel has avoided for many, many years, but now with President Trump's close involvement and the expected military presence of other countries, how has this sort of changed the dynamics and the reality here on the ground?
Look, Lidar, we're at a critical point in this ceasefire because we, in phase two, there's a commitment right now that Hamas will demilitarize. For many, many years, as so many Israelis know, Jews know in the diaspora around the world, Hamas has used Gaza as a launching pad to conduct terror attacks against the Jewish state, the only Jewish state in the world, and Jews who live here and anyone who lives here, not just Jews. There have been so many victims of Hamas. So to ensure this, that Israel has a safe border when it comes to Gaza, this is a priority. And we're at this pivotal point where we can make this happen, right? So to demilitarize Gaza, to make sure that there is no future of Hamas inside of the Gaza Strip, and to ensure that Hamas isn't here to ruin their own people's future. That's what phase two will also include. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu has also made it very clear there will be a phase three, which will be to de-radicalize the Gaza Strip, to ensure that education, proper education, is coming back to the people of Gaza, who have been, unfortunately, had to live under this Hamas regime for far too long, and to ensure that they also have a better future as well. But in terms of your question, let's talk about, like I said, how we got here. It's the immense pressure that was put on Hamas when it comes to the Arab states, the Muslim countries, from President Trump's help, in addition to Prime Minister Netanyahu's decision to go into Gaza City. All of that got us to the point of this ceasefire. And it is holding. It is holding, and it certainly is holding. And we want to just make sure our last hostage, Ron Gvili, comes back home for a proper burial.
And President Trump announced, the 20-point peace plan. He announced and also hinted towards a major peace deal that would sweep the region. But since that time, we haven't seen any new countries join the Abraham Accords. And as we've just been talking, there are still major obstacles to reaching phase two and, of course, phase three of the deal. So where do we stand today? I mean, are there ongoing diplomatic talks with Saudi Arabia, for example? I mean, what is the status of this, the Abraham Accords and this big peace deal?
Sure. Well, Lizar, as you know, all good things take time. And let's go back to just the history of the Abraham Accords. No one believed that Israel would actually get peace with 4 Arab states in the Abraham Accords. Prime Minister Netanyahu says right now there's a very strong interest to advance that peace, the peace in this region and even potentially outside of this region. And it's peace through strength, right? It's making sure that the security of Israel is never relinquished. And that's a top priority for the prime minister, is to make sure that all borders of the state of Israel are protected from the north, the south, and all of its remaining borders. Remember, we had an Iranian terror axis surrounding us from the north with Hezbollah, even the Houthis inside of Yemen, and also, of course, Hamas inside of the Gaza Strip. We have severely cut these terror axes off, the Iranian terror axis and these terror groups that are funded by Iran themselves. And the prime minister wants to expand peace, and that's what he hopes to achieve. The prime minister believes we can extend the Abraham Accords, not just with one country, with many countries, including Islamic countries outside of the region as well. And this is what he recently said.
Shosh Bedrosian, thank you so much for joining us. It's always so wonderful to see you.
Thanks so much, Lidar.
For more of the latest updates from Israel, make sure to subscribe to our newsletter at ILTV.tv or download the ILTV Plus app. That's it for ILTV's weekly review. See you next week.
Now, before we continue, a quick word about how you can support independent journalism at ILTV. We're committed to bringing you original reporting and stories from Israel that often do not make it into the global spotlight. If you value diverse perspectives and reliable coverage, you can now subscribe through our app to help ILTV News grow. Just scan the QR code on your screen to help us expand our reporting, continue delivering the kind of journalism that informs, challenges, and connects. Your subscription helps us do more than report the news. It helps us ensure that stories from the region are told with depth, integrity, and clarity. With your support, we can continue building a space for journalism that informs, connects, and inspires.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English. ILTV on the hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Diva Klein, and here is your roundup of all of the latest developments coming to you live from Israel. 12 people have been murdered in Sydney, Australia's Bondi Beach. Authorities are confirming that just over 60 people have been injured in varying conditions. Some are currently fighting for their lives in the ICU. The event in question was attended by just around 2,000 people, all fleeing the scene in a mass panic after the sounds of gunshots rang out. What began as a peaceful event to light the first Hanukkah candle as a community, attendees were targeted by 2 assailants who opened fire at the open-air event, killing Chabad Rabbi Eli Schlenger, 2 young Jewish schoolboys, and 9 others, including one of the shooters. Bondi police responded to the event, apprehending the other shooter who was not injured, and medical emergency services have evacuated the injured. Australian authorities are now acknowledging the massacre as an anti-Semitic terror attack. We can now go to the comments given by Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Have a listen.
This afternoon, there has been a devastating terrorist incident at Bondi at the Hanukkah by the Sea celebration. This is a targeted attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, a celebration of faith. An act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism that has struck the heart of our nation. For all Australians, our first thoughts are with those in the terrible early hours of their grief. We are also thinking of everyone being treated for their injuries, and many of whom are alive right now because of the courage and quick action of the New South Wales Police and the first responders who rushed to their aid, as well as the courage of everyday Australians who, without hesitating, put themselves in danger in order to keep their fellow Australians safe. An attack on Jewish Australians is an attack on every Australian, and every Australian tonight will be, like me, devastated on this attack on our way of life. There is no place for this hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. Let me be clear, we will eradicate it. Our police and security agencies are working to determine anyone associated with this outrage. Our agencies will provide you with factual updates as quickly as possible as they continue to emerge. The evil that was unleashed at Bondi Beach today is beyond comprehension, and the trauma and loss that families are dealing with tonight is beyond anyone's worst nightmare. Australians have had their lives cruelly stolen, and many have been injured. Australia will never submit to division, violence or hatred. We will see justice done, and we will come through this together.
This shooting comes after 2 years of frightening spike in anti-Semitism in the streets of Australia, but this attack by far supersedes the lot. In Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu said anti-Semitism is like a cancer, and when you don't treat the cancer, it spreads, calling out the Australian authorities for not doing enough to prevent the heinous attack. And additionally, condolences were sent to the Jewish community in Australia, with Israel's President Isaac Herzog sharing a few words in condolences to the community. And we also have videos of the hero who intentionally disarmed the gunman with his bare hands. Look at the image on your screen, the man in the white shirt bravely taking on the assailant, disarming him and taking away his firearm, preventing him from harming more people. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I want to thank you so much for watching, and we'll give you more updates as they keep coming out.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Gavelazian. Coming up in today's newscast. More delays in Trump's peace plan. The world leaders to serve on Gaza's Board of Peace will now only be announced next year. Meanwhile, Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar hints that Israel may have no choice but to go to war again with Hezbollah in the very near future. And Maccabi Tel Aviv prepares for their first home game after 2 years of war. In the White House, President Trump announced that the Gaza Board of Peace will be announced early next year and not by Christmas, as had earlier been hinted. The U.S. United Nations Ambassador Mike Waltz is in Israel in the meantime and has made clear that Hamas will be disarmed and will have no role in Phase 2 of Trump's UN-backed Gaza plan. More from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
U.S. President Donald Trump says that an announcement about which world leaders will serve on the Gaza Board of Peace should be made early next year and not before Christmas, as had been hinted. Trump told reporters in the White House that a variety of leaders want to be on the board that he will chair, which was established under the Trump plan that set up a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas.
Well, we'll do it early next year, and the Board of Peace are it'll be one of the most legendary boards ever. Everybody wants to be on it. It's mostly going to be, I guess, we weren't thinking about it that way, but they want to all do it. Basically, it'll be the heads of the most important countries.
Visiting U.S. United Nations Ambassador Mike Waltz is in Israel in an effort to push for Phase 2 of President Trump's 20-point Gaza peace plan. Israeli President Isaac Herzog thanked Waltz for his role in advancing the UN Security Council resolution backing Trump's plan, warning that delays allow Iran and its proxies to reorganize. The ambassador said the resolution creates a clear framework, a technocratic Palestinian Authority to restore services in Gaza, a funding mechanism, and an international stabilization force. Waltz reiterated Trump's position that Hamas has to go.
And I want to be clear, as Hamas has to go. And the President Trump has been clear, that's going to happen the easy way or the hard way. But there will not be any more Hamas. And what we cannot do, what we're determined to avoid, is what I call the definition of insanity. Somehow Hamas is allowed to survive, they rebuild, the international community pours billions into reconstruction, Hamas attacks again, and Israel has no choice but to respond, and here we are in this cycle of insanity.
And meanwhile, high-level talks in Washington are zeroing in on Hezbollah's continued ceasefire violations in Lebanon. Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, on a visit to the U.S., is warning that Israel's patience is running out. Foreign Minister Sa'ar calls Hezbollah the main obstacle to regional stability, linking the group with Hamas and the Houthis as a single Iranian-backed terror network that must be disarmed. In meetings at the State Department, Sa'ar told Secretary of State Marco Rubio that Israel may soon have no choice but a major offensive, as President Trump's end-of-year deadline for the Lebanese army to disarm Hezbollah approaches. Israel says Hezbollah is rebuilding on all fronts and warns it will not wait forever. Washington is asking Jerusalem to give Lebanon more time, but has also warned Beirut that failure to act will leave the U.S. unable to hold Israel back. Israel has carried out near-daily air and military strikes across southern Lebanon since the ceasefire to target Hezbollah infrastructure, including ammo depots, command posts, and launch sites, and even struck Beirut's southern suburbs, killing its military commander. Israel says it is preventing the group's rebuilding in violation of the U.S. brokered truce. Israeli intelligence assesses that the Lebanese government wants to disarm Hezbollah but can't, fearing internal collapse or even civil war. Meanwhile, Hezbollah, despite last year's losses, is restoring its military strength with fresh Iranian funds. Israel-Lebanon talks continue, with another round expected next week, but tensions are rising, and the issue is set to dominate the Netanyahu-Trump meeting in Florida later this month, where a U.S. green light for stronger action could be decided. And joining us now with more on the latest developments in Gaza and the region is Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, always a pleasure to have you with us.
Shalom, thanks for having me.
So, Jonathan, there seem to be two very different realities. On the one hand, you have this peace plan, the rhetoric of peace, and the strong desire on the part of Israel and the United States for a lasting peace. But on the other hand, you have the reality on the ground that paints a very different picture, one that sees Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran all rearming and gearing for another round. So at what point will Israel and the United States have to face the reality on the ground?
Yeah, you're right. There's definitely parallel realities here, but I would offer a little bit of a different interpretation. I'm not entirely sure that Israel is looking for peace at this stage, because realistically, as long as we are surrounded by the groups and leaderships that we are surrounded by, I don't think that really peace is a realistic thing to be looking for, but first and foremost, victory, security, and perhaps then move on to positive things like the expansion of the Abraham Accords. But, you know, as long as Hamas exists in Gaza, as long as Hezbollah exists in Lebanon, I don't think it would be really realistic and serious to speak about peace, but to contain the enemy and perhaps to defeat the enemy and deter the enemy from fighting. Now, when it comes to what the US and Israel will do, the thing is that there is a lot of very heavy presidential investment in the process in Gaza, and I'm not entirely sure that reality will be reflected back to Washington, D.C. And my current concern is that there are a lot of Hamas supporters that are interfering with President Trump's plan. The Turkish and the Qatari and the Egyptians are very active, proactive, and what they're basically doing, they're trying to dilute President Trump's plan from the very clear and correct plan that it was formulated, and as it was accepted and adopted by the Security Council, what they're trying to do now is to dilute it and actually have Hamas retain capabilities and stay in power without being disarmed. And that is a very dangerous path to go down, and I hope that the president and his team will be able to see through that move and not allow it to happen.
And that's interesting because we are seeing disagreements right now between Israel and the United States over which countries will participate in the international force. There are delays, as we've heard. But at the end of the day, soldiers from Europe or from other Arab countries will not be the ones fighting Hamas. It will ultimately fall on Israel and on the IDF. And it seems that the longer Israel delays, the harder it will be to go back in and to fight Hamas, which is rebuilding. I mean, what is your analysis of this?
I think you're right. The longer it takes, the longer time Hamas will have to reestablish their command and control, their logistics, their weapons manufacturing, and consolidate power in Gaza. Every day that goes by and the International Stabilization Force isn't fielded is a day that is wasted, and it's good for Hamas. And I think that at the end of the day, Israel will have to either threaten to use force or actually use force in order for things to change significantly in the Gaza Strip. And this will be a tremendous diplomatic and military battle here between Israel on one side, Turkey, Qatar, and Egypt on the other side, and then the US in the middle, having to decide which side it will prefer and who will actually get to have the final word about the future in Gaza. I can say one thing pretty clear. I don't think Israel, however heavy the diplomatic pressure will be, can allow a situation to exist whereby Hamas has any say or existence in the future of the Gaza Strip, which is what the other side is trying to create. And I don't think that Israel will be able to tolerate that. And if push comes to shove, a few months down the road, Israel will have to do the heavy lifting, and I hope that we won't have to find ourselves in that situation, but that is definitely a possibility.
And the same goes for Lebanon. You know, Lebanon has so far failed to uphold its part of the agreement and disarm Hezbollah. Whether they simply can't or won't, that's another matter. And so it will also ultimately have to fall on Israel to do this job. But again, Israel can't act or won't act until it gets the green light from President Trump. How likely is that to happen?
I think it's likelier that Israel will operate against Hezbollah in Lebanon than it will operate in any significant size against Hamas in Gaza, because the president and his team really want the Gaza peace plan to succeed. And I think that the pressure on Israel to divert Israel from doing what it needs to do will be very significant. In Lebanon, I think that the US and Israel see things more eye to eye. and understand that Hezbollah is a menace for future regional stability. It is a cancerous organization inside Lebanon, and that it would do Lebanon, Syria, and Israel a whole lot of good if Hezbollah is really dismantled. And yes, as you say, I agree, the only country that puts its money where its mouth is in the region is Israel. And when heavy lifting is required, then Israel is there to do that job, which would be very beneficial for the Lebanese state. And I can tell you that behind the scenes, I know that Lebanese officials, government officials, and military officials are asking, pleading, and hoping for Israel to come to the rescue and get rid of Hezbollah's main capabilities, because what we're seeing on the ground is a very worrying picture. We're seeing Hezbollah creep back down to the south. We're seeing the Iranians provide Hezbollah with hundreds of millions of dollars that they don't really have to spend, but they're spending them anyhow. And we're seeing Hezbollah trying to reestablish itself in the Bekaa Valley and in southern Lebanon. So bottom line, I think every day that goes by, we're getting closer to a situation where Israel will be forced to take action, preventive action against Hezbollah. And I think that the U.S. will support it, and the Lebanese, perhaps outwardly, will be critical, but in closed sessions and away from the cameras, they will support it because they know that that is the only way that they can have peace and stability in their country. That is the way to get rid of Hezbollah.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, thank you so much for your insights and for joining us today.
Thank you.
3 million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
And trucks are once again crossing from Jordan after an Israeli security official confirmed that the Allenby Bridge border crossing has reopened for goods and humanitarian aid. The crossing had been shut since September when a Jordanian aid driver opened fire, killing 2 Israeli soldiers before being shot dead. Israel says the terminal will now operate under much tighter security and stricter screening. The Allenby Bridge, a key strategic link on the Jordan River, serves as a major trade corridor with Jordan and the only exit point for millions of Palestinians in the West Bank. Passenger traffic also resumed soon after the attack, but aid trucks were blocked for months. The UN warned that Allenby is a critical lifeline for food, medical supplies, and other relief heading to Gaza. The partial reopening marks a step toward normalizing trade and restoring humanitarian flows under the strictest security yet. And moving on, United Hatzalah has been saving lives in Israel for over 2 decades by equipping regular day people with the tools and training to save lives anywhere, anytime. Now, with the launch of their brand new Ambu scooter, the organization hopes to reduce response time even more than they already have with their Ambu cycles. ILTV was at the dedication ceremony. Let's take a look.
At Tel Aviv's Mitcham HaTachana, volunteers of United Hatzalah gathered to receive a brand new Ambu scooter as part of a brand new pilot launched by the life-saving organization. United Hatzalah's goal, arriving at the scene within 90 seconds, is now getting a massive boost, with these brand new Ambu scooters set to shorten response times and allow for more efficient life-saving.
This is a very innovative move that we have started now in order to be able to provide life-saving services to the people who live in urbanic areas in the big cities, where it's sometimes impossible to get to support them, to help them when they are in need. We know that it takes sometimes a very long time to get to a patient in need, and in order to save their lives, we need to be there as quickly as possible.
Many don't know that the first few minutes in a medical emergency are the most crucial for a patient's survival. But United Hatzalah medics do know this and are now finding new ways to address this need. The volunteers earning a brand new ambu-scooter are ecstatic to get started.
I'm going to use it in Jerusalem, not only in Tel Aviv, because also Jerusalem we have small streets like in the Rova, like in the Shuk, Nachlaot, places, that's where I live, places that the motorcycle just cannot reach, and the new unit is going to be a life changer and a game changer in this area.
This is just another example of how United Hatzalah uses innovation to improve response times, refine their system, and ensure that when there is a medical emergency, United Hatzalah is here to treat patients in the best way possible and completely free of charge.
And Storm Byron is rolling across Israel right now, bringing heavy rain, strong winds, and heavy flooding. Emergency teams are on high alert across the country. For more, we go to our correspondent India Naftali, who is following the storm from the coastal city of Ashdod here in Israel. India, what's the situation on the ground right now?
Well, Lidar, the storm has already started off with heavy rainpour across the country, but so far nothing unusual has happened. However, like you said, emergency teams are on high alert. Now in Haifa, we saw over 117 millimeters of rain, but in Tel Aviv, for example, there were less impressive amounts with only about 11 millimeters that were measured as of this morning.
And now, yesterday, the country's meteorological service issued a red alert over this storm, which is the highest level of warning. I mean, what kind of flooding are we seeing, and how have storms affected the country in the past few years?
Sure, you know, it doesn't rain much in Israel, but when it does, it pours. In the past year, it feels like there have been more missile and rocket attacks than number of rainy days. But Lidar, over the past few years, there have been several tragic incidents that happened during storms, like a couple who drowned in a flooded parking garage in Tel Aviv, or people whose cars were swept away in floods and in the south who tragically passed. I think these incidents pushed authorities to take this storm and any storm very seriously, because they have seen loss of life before, and it's something that they don't want to see again. I mean, IDF bases in the south are under lockdown, and that just shows how seriously they're taking this concern. It's, again, loss of life. It's something that they don't want to see. It's something that they saw in the recent years and they don't want to see again.
And we know also that there were reports of an Israeli yacht that went missing during the storm. What's the latest on that?
I do have some good news on that. So for those who haven't heard, an Israeli yacht left from here in Ashdod and went missing during the storm. They lost total contact, which prompted Israeli and international search and rescue forces to look for that yacht. Thankfully, after about a day, they were able to regain contact, and the yacht is heading back to Israel.
India, stay warm out there.
Thank you, Lidar.
And as Israelis continue rebuilding lives, communities, and livelihoods, many families in the biblical heartland say the most meaningful support isn't political, it's personal. And one of the simplest ways to stand with them is also one of the most powerful, choosing to shop from the small businesses of Judea and Samaria. You can do that through the platform Blessed by Israel. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman has more.
In Hebron, one of the oldest Jewish communities in the world, Moshe and Tehillah Yahalom raised their children with the same devotion shown by the patriarchs and matriarchs buried just meters away. Their flour is organic and fresh milled, but the real story is the family behind it. When vandals destroyed their vineyard, cutting vines and damaging irrigation, Moshe didn't walk away. He replanted every branch, refusing to give in to fear or intimidation. Today, the Yahaloms not only grow wheat and olives, they've also restored the ancient tomb of Ruth and Jesse, turning a neglected site into a place of prayer, beauty, and connection. This is the heart of Blessed by Israel, families who bring new life to ancient soil. Up in the hills of Benjamin, another story begins with a father's love. Shlomo and Naomi Keshet welcomed their son Elnatan, born with Down syndrome, into a bustling home of 6 boys. Shlomo worked for years in the olive oil industry, dreaming of a way to connect his son to the land. That dream became Adva Soaps, a small factory producing handmade, all-natural soaps using local herbs and olive oil. Today, Elnatan works alongside his father, stamping, wrapping, shipping products that reach homes all around the world. And Shlomo's mission has grown. He now employs other adults with special needs from Judea and Samaria, giving them dignity, purpose, and community through meaningful work. And in the Jordan Valley, what began with a tractor, a horse, and a young couple's hope has become a thriving oasis. Omer and Naama Tidya moved to the desert north of Jericho nearly 2 decades ago, determined to turn barren land into farms of abundance. Their 7 children now help run a flourishing grove of olives, mangoes, dates, and even a small herd of sheep. Their award-winning olive oil is just one of the products available through Blessed by Israel. These are not just producers, they are modern-day pioneers of Israel's heartland, families who bake, farm, plant, craft, and rebuild, even amid uncertainty. And this year, as Hanukkah approaches, you can strengthen their light to shine into the world even brighter. By choosing gifts from Blessed by Israel, your holiday shopping becomes a direct investment in the families who keep the biblical heartland alive. You're not just buying wonderful gifts like olive oil, soaps, jewelry, honey, or handcrafted goods. You're uplifting the people who make them.
And you can scan the QR code to visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off your first order. And tonight, Maccabi Tel Aviv basketball will host their very first home game in the EuroLeague in over 2 years. Due to Israel's war with Hamas, the Israeli basketball team have only been playing away games due to security issues. But now they're back and hosting their first home game against Villeurbanne. ILTV's Devo Klein has the story.
Maccabi Tel Aviv players are preparing for their very first home game in over 2 years. With "We're Back" shirts draped on the stadium chairs, the team has been waiting patiently to play in their home courts in the European Basketball League.
מתרגשים, לא מאמינים שזה קורה. רואים, מתחילים פה קצת לקשט את היציע, התחושות שהתגעגענו אליהם, ובאמת לא יכול לחכות לזה.
Maccabi Tel Aviv's game against Villeurbanne tonight will be the second European League game to be played in Israel since the regulations have been lifted, with Hapoel Jerusalem hosting the first ever game back in their home court in the Holy City against Hamburg in the Eurocup. EuroLeague is Europe's top-tier and most prestigious basketball competition, while the Eurocup is the second-tier competition, making tonight's game significant, not only for the team, but for basketball fans across the country.
We're really exciting for tomorrow, like playing again in front of our home crowd. That's really special for us. We went through a lot of difficulties in the last 2.5 years, and finally we are home again.
Back and hopefully better than ever.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Rain showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 13 degrees Celsius or 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies and rain showers alongside steady temperatures with highs of 18 degrees Celsius or 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV News_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Ladar Gravelazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
Some of us, they don't like us. And they are paid to lie also about us, about Israel, about Jews. And for this reason, because we show them something and, then they take that. What I'm saying is, in that meeting, you don't see a lot of Ethiopian as a leader, a speaker, a lot of journalists, a lot of TV, a lot of commentators. You don't see Ethiopian Jews coming out and sitting with other generals or political, just arguing ideas, morals, or other political ideas. No. What I'm saying is, there is a lot to be done on inclusive and international diplomacy.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Mayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV News, and I am so happy to have back our viewers and our listeners. Well, today we have a very special guest, Shmuel Lagasa. He is an international community educator, an expert in diplomacy, and a strong Israel advocate as a member of the Ethiopian community. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Mayan. You are we spoke a lot of time about so many things. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. I'm so happy to have you here. Now, I know that, you were born in Ethiopia. You were raised actually in the United States, and now you live near me in Jerusalem. So tell me a little bit about how that journey has shaped your understanding of what it is both to be a Jew in general and an Israeli specifically today.
Thank you for asking that. But I want that a little to be correct on that question, which is I was born and raised up to even college level in Ethiopia. Okay. Right when I finished college, I went to America.
Okay.
And from then, almost 20-something years, 23 years, 26 years, I was professionally working and educating myself and building family in America.
Okay.
And now, yes, what makes me is, you see, in Ethiopia, it was a pure phase, pure life, pure, our forefathers and our grandfathers, they daven and pray to Jerusalem with a pure faith. In America, I see diversity, democracy, and the big inclusive society. Mm-hmm. And it's different for me. And then in Jerusalem, I see a covenant. People comes with a call and with a covenant to build and to coexist, to build and to start into life and city and country. And it's a phase come to completion. That davening has a fulfillment. And my grandfathers pray them to return to it, the Holy Land. But I come in a long route, the fulfillment, the answer of that prayer, my father's prayer to that. I see it. It just makes me to see life a different way. Which means your identity is not where you are from. It's what the covenant and what your value and what is your call is that identify who you are.
Here in this country. Now, of course, you came in 2023, which was obviously a very difficult and painful period, certainly after the October 7th massacre for the State of Israel. How has that been like for you and your family to come around the time of a war starting as opposed to a time of peace?
Wow, that was a big, big question. Yes, it was a test for us. It's not only for me, for my kids, my wife, all my family. And it was a temptation to us because we got a lot of phone calls from all parts of the world. What do you do there? Come. My boss from my former job called me out of curiosity. Are you crazy? What are you doing there? What happened to you? She thinks me I'm mentally ill just being there in the war zone when I have close to Freedom Tower. That was my job, where my office is in the 12th floor, and just very my big office, all that, and just me choosing going to Israel, as department head in the government of New York, and just leaving that job. And she my boss think me. what's wrong with you? And she called me, personally, she called me, and just come back. Your job is waiting you.
So what did you tell her?
I told her what I told her, but she couldn't still believe me. And she thinks that was not the right choice. And I told her, look, this is my faith. This is my belief. This is my call.
Wow.
Here I am. I'm happy where I'm at. And I felt like to leave at that time, to back, I could in a different way. There was a little flight, even U.S. Embassy facilitated escape out flight for us and everything. And, still we chose to still be here.
And really, you've become a very big advocate for the Ethiopian community since you've been here in the last couple of years, and certainly during the war. You and I have spoke previously about the impact of the war on the Ethiopian community, emotionally, economically, and socially as well. Can you talk a little bit about the Ethiopians community since October 7th? How many Ethiopians were fighting? How many Ethiopians died for their country? And do you feel that they get a fair recognition or fair shake when it comes to how this war is being handled?
Yeah, that's a very sensitive question, yes. As you and me, we did both evaluation, how much and how many, fallen soldier of this community, out of this community. And I did, and previously, after that you did, and we still, both of us found the general outcome from that community was higher number of fallen soldier out of that community. As you as a journalist, me as an advocate and a community leader and out of the community, we did. And that's the sign how much, first of all, this community is committed to stand to their nation, to their people, to the Jewish land, to Israel, and to the Jewish people. And that shows the commitment to the submission without any doubt, without any question, without any limitation, which means it just paid higher level, with generosity, with our own life, our children's life. And we're still willing and offering that at the same time. Now, out of that, yes, sometimes I see the davening on a Shabbat candle, these mothers, about their children. And sometimes I visit and talk those, lost on the war. And it just hurts me. And yes, there is some kind of limited recognition or some kind of, yes, but it need to be more recognized and appreciated. And all Israel paid the price. It's not only our community. All Israel paid the price.
More than 900 soldiers killed so far in this war.
Yes, soldier, single soldier, from all over the world, all Jewish, we paid. Even those who are not participating in the war, they paid a price for this war. This war was different than ever. And emotionally, psychologically, affect all of us, even all children, my children, all children in their friends in the school. It was different.
So talk to me, though, about the Ethiopian community specifically and the way that the families, what are you hearing from them are relating to this? I'm an American Ole, right? So I came from the United States, and people also said to me, this is crazy. Why would you be in a country of war? And in the end, our sons and daughters all go out and they fight. The Ethiopian community, as you mentioned, had a higher number of people, individuals killed in the war because they served in strong units and in high-level positions, likely because they really believed in fighting for their country. Mm-hmm. So talk to me about the family members, and when they see this dedication and now this war, do you think anybody regrets it, or are they proud?
Wow, that's a very good question. And I mentioned in one of the interview in another place, and also on some of my few articles. You see, if you read the Torah and from Breshit, Genesis chapter 34, you see that Reuben, take risk and revenge to those who assault his sister. In our culture, we take this education and understanding in a person, our forefather applied practically. What happens is if someone comes to attack your mother, your sister, or your land, you sacrifice yourself to get a freedom. and you revolt. Take your whatever you have, rifle or whatever you have, just set apart and fight and get your freedom. That is what our generation, it's called in an Amharic special word, it's called fano. Fano means that when you revolt, you see injustice on your people, and you say, you come out. And the same thing in that spirit is all Ethiopians, Ethiopian Jewish, and any other Ethiopians. We have that in. And then we apply it. And for this reason, most Ethiopian family, they don't really regret. They don't. They said, my son died proudly to his nation. Yes. And they don't even expect anything special from the government. And also we have our own community, really special kind of, it's called Erder, and just comfort to one another. And this community clique that when somebody suffers in that kind of situation, you go visit them. It doesn't matter you know him or no, it doesn't know him. That's just the tradition comes from our forefather, requires you to do that. And for this reason, I think the Ethiopian community taking it, good. They're getting healed, but not forgotten. They didn't forget, but they're getting healed. And they didn't forget, because we don't forget. We get healed, and yeah.
So, you've written a lot about the moral responsibility, though, of the Jewish community to take care of minorities living in Israel. It's not just the Ethiopian community. Of course, there are many minorities. Do you feel that the Ethiopian community, though, has been fully embraced and has become after this, more than 30 years of making aliyah in different waves to the country, has been fully embraced by the people? Or do you think there are still some barriers to inclusion that need to be broken down?
That's a good question. And I don't want to exaggerate. And I don't want to also judge, because judgment and fighting, it doesn't bring us anywhere. Yeah. Just loving and telling the truth with love and making productive, educational, kind dialogue bring us to conclusion and to true peace and understanding. Without judging our holy, special democracy, our Jewish state, yes, there is a lot to be done. And also there is a lot has been done.
What are the things that need to be done?
Let me ask you a question. You see so many international gathering in different places and different occasions. Abraham Accord meetings or some kind of international Christian whatever meetings in Misrat House or Minister of Foreign Affairs, and any kind of special gathering or whatever. Who you see? Who is in a leading activation? What we are portraying or giving a picture to the world.
You see generally the same kind of person.
Yeah, the same kind of people, the same kind of person we portray to CNN, to Fox. Right. You know what? That's what they take. They take that and they exaggerate, paint it, and then because some of us, they don't like us. And they are paid to lie. Also about us, about Israel, about Jews. And for this reason, because we show them something and, then they take that. What I'm saying is, in that meeting, you don't see a lot of Ethiopian as a leader, a speaker, a lot of journalists, a lot of TV, a lot of commentators. You don't see Ethiopian Jewish coming out and sitting with other generals or political, just arguing ideas, morals or other political ideas. No. What I'm saying is there is a lot to be done on inclusive and international diplomacy, bringing Ethiopians. I'll give you a simple example. I see different meetings. Abraham Accord in the U.S. Democratic Congress, in Las Vegas, strategy minister, Ron Drummer, and other people participate, all other. But still we're showing to the world, to Americans, the same face, the same. That's not Israel. We are giving them a picture that's not us.
Right, we're much more diverse than it appears in the pictures.
Yeah, it need to be diverse pictures. And we have to include, not, maybe my Ethiopian brothers, maybe they clean and prepare the tables, but nobody sees them. You understand?
And maybe they should be in leadership roles,
Yes,
where they
that's
should
what
be
I'm
not
saying.
clearing the table.
But there are. But we have to give them open door. That's what this affirmative active comes through. Just not to make special privilege, but to be integrate, give open opportunity. That's why America, I mean, there is a problem still, but still, when it's a practical practice, but they have 100-something years. And our history also, it's not the same. Right. It's a different. And but still we have to apply and include this society a lot.
Have all the Ethiopian Jews that want to and could make Aliyah come to Israel yet, or are there still more to come?
No, there is still more to come.
How many more?
It's very hard for me to give you a number.
Around.
Okay, right now, over maybe at least 10,000 to 15,000 ready to fly that the counted, known, they have close family relative here in Israel.
Why have they not been brought over yet?
I don't want to say anything negative, but what I'm
saying...
Say
the truth.
Good, you know. But the thing is, you see, I think it's not only the Israeli government, it's also our problem. What our leaders, when they come to Israel, you see, that, for example, in Israel, in Israeli Knesset, the Haredim party, they call them, they are not Jewish, they should not come, right? But if they see you, or if they see any other person on the street, they still call you, you're not Jewish.
Really?
The Haredim one, yes, the one in the Knesset and the one who were trying to vote on this party. And not only them, at the same time, if you go, even in the Knesset, they told other member of the party or even member of Knesset, they told them, you're not Jewish. Even those special community leaders in that, they say everyone not Jewish. Even Sephardim, they call them, they are not Jewish. That's what they call them. They don't even include them in their school. And now, our Ethiopian Jewish leaders, they hear that, oh, these Tzaddikim, they say they are not Jewish. And they vocal that they didn't know. They are not educated at that time. And then they gave a wrong picture about what Jewish is.
And especially
for this reason, we confuse the Israeli society.
Well, and especially because I think that the Ethiopians, right, they have a very authentic Judaism that, over the years there were first conversions for sure, like we saw with the Jews in other countries, but even more so they were keeping Judaism that they knew over the years. I mean, there's probably much that the Israeli society, especially the society that is disconnecting from their faith, could learn from the Ethiopian community.
That's right. Honestly, Israel bringing a lot of Ethiopian who claim to be a Jew will not harm Israel as a state, as a Jewish nation, as a religion, or as a society, because we see it, the fruit of that society. How much this society is humble, committed, Jewish, strong, Zionist society. For this reason, Bibi Netanyahu or the government or the people of Israel will not lose anything by bringing this society in, by even it's empower the whole international Jewish society as well as the Jewish state of Israel. And for this reason, I recommend and request humbly that immediately these people to be airlifted and a mass airlifted without any extra just problem. Whoever have a family and a relative, connected relative, some of them, they are their family, their children are in the army, serving as a soldier. They're dying for their nation. But their brother and sister, why? Why do you do that?
And let me ask you this. I mean, there's obviously, you are very connected to your faith, and you yourself have a mentor, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, the late Rabbi Jonathan Sachs. You quote him a lot. His teachings, I was looking through some of your writing and things, and you reference him many times. So what has it been like for you as an Ethiopian Jew, hearing the kind of things you just described, the Haredi communities going against and saying these people aren't Jewish, and you being so connected to your faith and understanding that your brothers and sisters are?
I feel comfort on his teaching. I feel like a Jewish wisdom in his teaching. I see the Jewish philosophy in his wisdom. And I am really committed to his ideal. When he was alive, I can't stop listening to him, because he brings Judaism in a unity. He brings the Talmud. He brings the Torah to heal you, not to break you. That's the leaders what we want. What I learned from him is leadership is taking responsibility, accountability as a Jew. You know, just to lead, to be a light to your family, to your community, and to your nation, to the UN, to the whole world. That's what I learned from, you know, the Khalla Barakah, from Rabbi Jonathan Sachs.
And how have his teachings influenced the raising then of your children here in Jerusalem?
They see it from me and from my wife too. You know, my wife is Ashkenazi, and we have differences. You know, that's a Jewish difference.
Yeah.
But we learn from one another, and we make Jewish unity in diversity. And that's what the state of Israel should do also. You know, in a Jewish unity, in a diversity. You know, like for example, I myself try to represent state of Israel in international and UN or other level to advocate. But in so many ways, I got obstacles. And you know what? I take humble job in foreign minister. A lot of foreign minister employee, they know me. And just because I want to learn. I want to serve my people. And my thing is, what I learned from Jonathan Sachs is, and it's unity and accountability and moral value as a Jewish, to be a light to a nation. And my children learns that to love Israel, to love Jewish, to love their identity, to love inclusive. They are proud of who they are as a black, as Ethiopian, as Ashkenaz, and as Israeli, as American. They are proud who they are. All my kids, you know, except one, they were born in a New York City, and they are a New Yorker, but they love Israel just because they learn from their parents. They learn from us. And, you know, one of my son was born right after October 7. We called them Eliyahu because that time the whole nation of Israel, we were in stress.
Yeah.
And we were running up and down to the Miklat and to, you know, other people, they don't know what Miklat is, just bomb shelter house. And we call him Eliyahu. What Eliyahu means? Eliyahu means just before our Mashiach. Our Messiah,
redemption, yeah.
Redemption comes. He present the call. He just make us to be ready, and we see that war was like a sign before the Messiah comes, and because it's a miracle, and we call him Eliyahu because we want that redemption to come fast.
And tell me, you know, the war, during the beginning of the war, we certainly thought that Israel was becoming much more unified, a unity like you just described. But certainly as the last couple of years have gone on, it started to look yet again divided.
Yeah.
From your perspective, where do you see Israel holding today in terms of its unity versus disunity? And is there any of the advice that you were just sharing that you think could seep into Israeli society to make it more cohesive?
Good question. Because the war was necessary, but it's prolonged.
Yeah.
It's whatever unknown reason. I'm not a politician. I am, diplomatic activist and social community educator, and I don't want to go on the political part of the thing, and which I hate. Sometimes when I know more, I hate it, and I get angry about it. And the war prolonged a lot, and that brings a division among Jewish inside and outside. You know, and finally, though, Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu or his strategic planner, Mr. Ron Rumer, especially our Donald Trump, they come up with a good solution at the end, and that was great. And yes, the war bring us again at the end. First, bring us really united, all whatever level of Judaism from inside out. We all were one, everybody. And now what I learned from here is still Jonathan Sachs' education and teaching and ideology still would be like a light or a unity for us, and which is called moral diplomacy. Because he was teaching that long time ago, 10 years ago.
Way before this war.
Way before these things happens, Israel should, or we are, like he call it, the mosaic education, or we have to be a light to the nation. And what that is, not defend, but define, educate, teach who we are as a Jew, our democracy, our belief, our society, our diversity, because we have a lot to offer to this generation, to the whole United Nations.
But the world looks at Israel and says Israel doesn't have that diversity or doesn't treat its minorities well. Usually they're referring to the Arab population. So what would you, Shmuel, tell the world that is constantly coming down on Israel for its lack of good treatment of minorities? What do you wish that the world better understood about what's really going on here?
First of all, comparing any other world, still Israel is the best treatment of all people. There is no apartheid in Israel. I can fully say to the United Nations or to the South African brothers, if they want educational debate, I still invite through your comment leading. I welcome them to reach out to you or to anyone who want educational debate on this kind of topic. From Africa or Black Lives Matter or any kind of. They can come and we can argue each other and learn one another. And maybe I don't know about them. There's no apartheid. And what we learn out of this is we have to do more education, more moral diplomacy, more inclusive. Because as I said first, the world see what we showed them. But we have to show them more better picture that they will not lie about us. And whatever was said, though, it's like fiction, because our enemy always lie. We don't call them enemy, like our neighbors, let's say. And for this, we have a lot to offer, and that's why we need here the philosophy and our this generation philosophy, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs' ideology to be a light to the nation.
So, Shmuel, last question, because we're going to run out of time. There's a whole lot of young Ethiopians living in this country, and they might be a little bit disillusioned by some of the things we spoke about today. In 1 minute, if you could give them a strong message, what was it you would tell them to make them feel empowered to take on eventually those leadership roles that you described that they need to fill?
Yeah. What I share to my young member of the community is that, look, whoever called you what, said what, not define you. Whoever treats you will not define you. What you do will define who you are. For this reason, you are Jewish, you are Israeli, you are Ethiopian. Live it. Go out, do the right thing. Do hesed. Do good things, good deeds. Go to places, volunteer. You go your army service. Do it diligently. Do your best. No, whoever say negative whatever about you, or you heard it from inside or outside media, whatever, will not define who you are. What defines who you are is what you do.
Amazing.
And do your best and do what you can.
Dr. Shmuel Agassa, thank you so much for sharing all of these insights today.
Thank you so much, Diane Hoffman, for having me for this, interview. I appreciate it. Thank you.
on the hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Diva Klein, and here is your roundup of all of the latest developments coming to you live from Israel. 12 people have been murdered in Sydney, Australia's Bondi Beach. Authorities are confirming that just over 60 people have been injured in varying conditions. Some are currently fighting for their lives in the ICU. The event in question was attended by just around 2,000 people, all fleeing the scene in a mass panic after the sounds of gunshots rang out. What began as a peaceful event to light the first Hanukkah candle as a community, attendees were targeted by two assailants who opened fire at the open-air event, killing Chabad Rabbi Eli Schlenger, 2 young Jewish schoolboys, and 9 others, including one of the shooters. Bondi police responded to the event, apprehending the other shooter, who was not injured, and medical emergency services have evacuated the injured. Australian authorities are now acknowledging the massacre as an anti-Semitic terror attack. We can now go to the comments given by Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Have a listen.
This afternoon, there has been a devastating terrorist incident at Bondi at the Hanukkah by the Sea celebration. This is a targeted attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, a celebration of faith. An act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism that has struck the heart of our nation. For all Australians, our first thoughts are with those in the terrible early hours of their grief. We are also thinking of everyone being treated for their injuries, and many of whom are alive right now because of the courage and quick action of the New South Wales Police and the first responders who rushed to their aid, as well as the courage of everyday Australians who, without hesitating, put themselves in danger in order to keep their fellow Australians safe. An attack on Jewish Australians is an attack on every Australian, and every Australian tonight will be, like me, devastated on this attack on our way of life. There is no place for this hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. Let me be clear, we will eradicate it. Our police and security agencies are working to determine anyone associated with this outrage. Our agencies will provide you with factual updates as quickly as possible as they continue to emerge. The evil that was unleashed at Bondi Beach today is beyond comprehension, and the trauma and loss that families are dealing with tonight is beyond anyone's worst nightmare. Australians have had their lives cruelly stolen, and many have been injured. Australia will never submit to division, violence or hatred. We will see justice done, and we will come through this together.
This shooting comes after 2 years of frightening spike in anti-Semitism in the streets of Australia, but this attack by far supersedes the lot. In Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu said anti-Semitism is like a cancer, and when you don't treat the cancer, it spreads, calling out the Australian authorities for not doing enough to prevent the heinous attack. And additionally, condolences were sent to the Jewish community in Australia, with Israel's President Isaac Herzog sharing a few words in condolences to the community. And we also have videos of the hero who intentionally disarmed the gunman with his bare hands. Look at the image on your screen, the man in the white shirt bravely taking on the assailant, disarming him and taking away his firearm, preventing him from harming more people. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I want to thank you so much for watching, and we'll give you more updates as they keep coming out.
3 million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're talking all things Qatar. The Doha Forum is underway, and boy, has it been a load of nonsense, and that's putting it generously. Plus, we're going to take a look at the latest in Iran. We're going deep inside the Kingdom of Qatar's Doha Forum. No, not the branding or the carefully staged photo ops. We're going inside the actual machine because this forum is not a place for diplomacy. It's a weapon for disinformation masquerading as dialogue. A global information operation that was built by Qatar, a state that has spent 40 years funding extremism, supporting terror groups, and undermining Western values from within. And this year, they're not even trying to hide it. The forum opened with Qatar's prime minister declaring that the world doesn't need more promises, rather it needs justice practiced by all without double standards, which sounds great, right? Except then he explained how true justice is rooted in Sharia law, something he believes must be exported around the world, and that was only the opening. Sharia law serving as the framework for global justice. Now, naturally, the rest of the program was exactly what you would expect from a state that wants to export political Islam and destroy Western civilization from within. Let's break down just a few of the speakers that Qatar strategically placed to carefully craft their nonsense narrative, which of course focuses obsessively on Israel. First off, the engine of Qatar's ideological power, Sheikh Moza bin Nasser, who is the architect of Qatar's global soft power strategy. Now, she's responsible for turning Qatar into one of the world headquarters of the Muslim Brotherhood after Egypt and Saudi Arabia had actually banned it. She also implied after October 7th that there wasn't evidence of sexual violence against Israeli women by Hamas, a blatant falsehood and deliberate rumor intended to fuel skepticism over the crimes against humanity that Hamas committed on that day. Now, under her leadership, Qatar has funded educational materials across the region that included, of course, blatant Jew hatred, praised the Muslim Brotherhood, and glorified martyrdom. This is not an allegation. It's actually well documented by multiple Western governments that have reviewed these textbooks, as well as multiple reports, independent reports. Now, Sheikh Moza does not just influence Qatar's policy, she actually defines a lot of it. Her presence at the Doha Forum signals exactly what the forum is all about: disinformation and whitewashing Islamist theocracy. Now, at this forum, Qatari officials also tried to rewrite history many times by claiming, among other things, that they only allowed Hamas to have an office in Qatar because the U.S. told them to. Let me be very, very clear. This is horseshit. And it's essential to understand that Qatar did not become a sponsor of terror with their relationship with Hamas. Long before Hamas, there were decades of support for terrorist movements, including known Muslim Brotherhood leaders and financiers of numerous terror groups globally. Now, for one, Qatar hosted Yusuf al-Qaradawi, the spiritual leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, who announced on Al Jazeera, Qatar's Al Jazeera, that all Jews everywhere are legitimate targets. Qatar also provided safe haven for Taliban leaders and allowed the Taliban to operate a political office and media center in Doha years before the United States ever entered negotiations. This helped legitimize a group responsible for mass murder and, of course, the subjugation and gender apartheid against women. Qatar has funded Libyan and Syrian Islamist militias in the Arab Spring, including groups that are directly connected to al-Qaeda. And both the U.S. Treasury and multiple European governments have called out Qatar's role in funding extremists in those wars. Now, Qatar has also been linked to ransom payments and financial channels that benefited al-Nusra and other radical terror groups. So this idea that Qatar is simply acting at the behest of the West is not only insane, but yet another exercise in Qatari gaslighting, because Qatar thinks that you're stupid. Hamas was not the beginning, Hamas was the continuation. But back to our terrorist-studded guest list of speakers, no conference of terrorism could be complete without master propagandist Javad Zarif of the Islamic Republic of Iran, along with his pathetic cronies. Of course, Javad Zarif, the former foreign minister of that Islamic regime that armed and trained Hamas for years, that built up Hezbollah, that's destroyed Lebanon, that's decimated Yemen through civil war via the Houthis, and of course that has been the world's biggest sponsor of terrorism for 46 years and counting. Well, Zarif stood on the Doha stage and said with a straight face that Iran has always stood with the oppressed. This from the government that murdered Mahsa Amini, that tortures political dissidents, that poisons schoolgirls for protesting, that kidnaps Iranians on foreign soil and executes them, and that executes gay men. Over 1,000 Iranians have been executed so far in this year alone. That ain't standing with the oppressed. That is the actions of the oppressor. But of course, at the behest of Qatar, the approved narrative was that Israel is responsible for all things bad and evil in the world. And that is exactly the delusional narrative that Zarif presented, alongside none other than the disgraced American diplomat Rob Malley, the former special envoy for Iran, who was removed from his position for mishandling classified documents. Qatar really knows how to pick 'em. And speaking of jihad lovers, Qatar also invited sanctioned Jew hater and fake lawyer Francesca Albanese, who is currently on a self-pity tour whining about being held accountable for her despicable terror support. Now, you may remember Albanese as the UN Special Rapporteur who was sanctioned by the U.S. over her Jew-bashing obsession at the ICC. Albanese, who isn't actually a lawyer, had claimed that Jews abused the Holocaust to justify Israel's existence. She's also claimed that Israel has no right to self-defense, both in messages she repeated in Doha, where the Qataris gave her exactly what she wants most, a stage. But this absurd event really wouldn't be complete without representation from Qatari state media Al Jazeera, which has been the chief propaganda arm of Hamas for years now. Palestinian journalist Wael Dadu of Al Jazeera was there to provide the emotional narrative, lying through his teeth about the collusion between Al Jazeera and Hamas itself, as well as the numerous journalists who doubled as Hamas operatives. And when asked about Hamas, Wael said, "We must understand the root causes of resistance," as if butchering Jews in their homes and kidnapping children is resistance. No mention of the fact, of course, that Hamas uses civilians as human shields or how they execute Palestinians who oppose their thuggish crimes. But of course, Qatar also brought Omar Suleiman of the Yaqeen Institute to really hammer home that fabricated narrative that terrorism is somehow justice, from the theological perspective, of course. Now, Suleiman has argued that Palestinians have a moral right to resist by any means, the exact language that Hamas uses to justify butchering little children and raping women on October 7th. This sentiment is also echoed again by Turkey's foreign minister, Hakan Fidan, who not only defended Hamas, but said that the world must not delegitimize Palestinian resistance and stated that Hamas shouldn't disarm first to move forward into phase 2 of the peace deal in Gaza. Now, don't forget here that Qatar and Turkey are the two main state sponsors of the Muslim Brotherhood. This was a coordinated message. The Doha Forum also gave ample opportunity for Syrian jihadists as well, inviting Ahmed al-Shara to be interviewed by CNN's resident whitewasher of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Christiane Amanpour. Now, during her interview, al-Shara used the opportunity to claim that it wasn't him or al-Qaeda that were actually terrorists. It was actually the United States. Looks like someone is doing well in their anti-Western propaganda classes. He then continued on to say, well, some of his forces are actively butchering Syrian minorities, that the real terrorists are those who fund Israel. Pure Islamist propaganda. And coincidentally, the exact same message as the Islamic Republic of Iran. Speaking of which, how could any conference featuring jihadists be complete without the NIAC co-founder and Quincy Institute co-founder, as well as the Islamic Republic's favorite Western mouthpiece, Trita Parsi? Trita has spent 2 decades acting as an errand boy for the Islamic regime's foreign policy. And for the last 2 years, he's attacked Israel obsessively, every single day, on every issue, on every platform. His language isn't just sympathetic to the Islamic regime, it's identical to the regime's official propaganda. And that ain't a coincidence. No matter how unhinged and conspiratorial a claim is, Trita will be there on X, twisting himself into a pretzel to try to explain how somehow Israel is the problem with everything ever on Earth. And speaking of someone who loves anti-Semitic conspiracies, the Western right-wing troll Qatar bot Tucker Carlson was also a featured guest at the Doha Forum, along with Groyper sympathizer Donald Trump Jr. and the investors of the Tucker Carlson network, Neil Patel and Pakistani-Iranian Omid Malik. Now, naturally, Tucker wasn't in Doha as a journalist because, well, he isn't one. He did use the opportunity, however, to talk about how he plans to buy property in Qatar. No surprise there. He also went on a tangent falsely claiming that President Trump is the only U.S. president to side with an Arab state over Israel when Israel struck Qatar. This, of course, is blatantly false. In 1981, President Reagan publicly condemned the Israeli strike on the Iraqi nuclear reactor, calling it a violation of international law. He even placed a temporary freeze on F-16 aircraft deliveries to Israel as punishment. And in 1982, he publicly condemned Israeli shelling of Beirut and demanded that Israel stop. In 1991, President George Bush Sr. opposed Israeli settlement construction so strongly that he withheld $10 billion in loan guarantees. And back in the 1950s, President Eisenhower took Egypt's side in the Suez Crisis. Just as when he claimed that the UK should not have attacked Hitler in World War II, once again, we see that Tucker Carlson is relying on the profound historical illiteracy of primarily millennials and especially Gen Z. And Qatar, they get exactly what they want. An American conservative influencer perverting history in the interest of advancing Islamist Muslim Brotherhood propaganda. The real story of the Doha Forum, however, is how Qatar is running the largest anti-American campaign on Earth. The Doha Forum is not about peace or justice. It's definitely not about human rights. I mean, after all, Qatar is a modern-day slave state. No, the Doha Forum is a global platform to legitimize political Islam, to clean up the Islamic Republic's image, to undermine Western alliances, to attack Israel, and to turn the United States into the villain of the Middle East. Qatar is running the largest anti-American influence operation in history. They target the left through universities, nonprofits, activist networks, and they target the right through influencers, commentators, and media personalities who can be swayed or bought. And their goal is simple: weaken America, weaken the West, and replace our values with political Islam, the same political Islam that they've spent 40 years exporting. That is the Doha Forum, that is the truth, and it's time to call it exactly what it is. Well, a few quick stories for you today that are happening this week that I want to be sure that I mention. First, it's no surprise that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been quietly rearming its entire regional terror network. And we've gone into detail on Axis of Truth about how, but this is continuing, and you should be aware of exactly how what's happening now is not a pause for peace. It's a pause for preparation. In southern Lebanon, we have found out that new missiles and drones are flowing, into Hezbollah through Syria. Now, some of these same routes that the Islamic Republic has used for years. U.S. and regional intelligence have seen increased movement of long-range drones, precision rockets, and guidance systems, all during a supposed ceasefire. Now, in Yemen, the Houthis are testing long-range drones and anti-ship missiles using Iranian components and IRGC training. The ceasefire has given them space to regroup and improve accuracy, which, of course, is a direct threat to global shipping as well as Israeli territory. Meanwhile, in Iraq, Iran-backed militias are receiving new funds and equipment through the popular mobilization units, money laundered through charities, mosques, and cultural centers. Now, the regime calls this civil society. We, however, call it what it is, terror infrastructure. And of course, inside Iran itself, the regime just tested dozens of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles in the Gulf of Oman, openly bragging about AI-coordinated targeting in new war games. The regime isn't de-escalating, it's upgrading. Ceasefire or not, the Islamic Republic is preparing for the next war. Well, now I want to take a closer look at footage that actually went viral this week of Iranians running in the Quiche Marathon, dozens of which had no hijab. Sounds amazing, right? Until the arrests start. Sadly, this reveals the regime's latest propaganda trick, the claim that Iran is opening up or modernizing or moving forward. But the reality is that this week, 2 organizers of the Quiche Island Marathon were arrested for allowing women to run without hijab. That's all they did. Women ran without state-mandated covering, and the regime responded with interrogations and criminal charges. Now, these arrests came after a full regime investigation into the event, which state media claimed had violated religious principles. Now, imagine the level of control required to treat a marathon as a national security incident. And this isn't an isolated incident. Just weeks ago in Tehran, an outdoor concert was shut down after videos showed men and women standing together dancing. The regime arrested the organizers after the fact, claiming they had created an un-Islamic environment. The pattern is identical. Anytime the public shows even a small sign of normal life, the regime retaliates, all while presenting it as if Iran is modernizing. These aren't accidents, they're not misunderstandings. They're the regime's reality revealing itself. And yet we still hear Western commentators insist that there's progress in Iran, that the regime is evolving or loosening or gradually liberalizing. The Quiche Marathon and the Tehran concert show exactly the opposite. The people of Iran are pushing for change, but the regime is punishing them for it at every turn. Now, the marathon was approved on paper. The concert approved on paper. Both times the regime waited until people acted like normal human beings and then came down on them with arrests and investigations. So let me be very clear. The people of Iran are changing. The regime is not. The regime is moving backwards, in some ways harder than ever. And anyone who calls this progress is repeating exactly what the Islamic Republic wants the world to believe. Don't be fooled by this. Well, last but not least, our good, bad, and ugly stories of the week. First things first, our good story this week is dedicated to the unintentionally hilarious comedy show Meltdown that is Dr. Rahmeh Aladwan's X account. Now, this unhinged lunatic spent this week whining about me, claiming Jewish supremacy is her biggest problem. This, of course, following her 15-month suspension from practicing medicine in the UK as a result of her near-daily temper tantrums, spreading anti-Semitic conspiracies, praising Hamas and October 7th, and proliferating Nazi-style dehumanizing rhetoric about Jews. No, Rahmeh, your biggest problem isn't Jews. It's your own foul mouth when you post hateful, bigoted nonsense about the Jews and then get suspended for it. That is not a conspiracy. That is a consequence. And yes, let's be very clear. If a licensed medical professional is spreading open anti-Semitism and incitement, she should lose her license. Period. Your suspension isn't an injustice, Rahmeh. It's a public service. And now today's bad story is the suspicious death of Khosrow Ali Kurdi, a respected defense attorney in Iran and a former political prisoner who was found dead in his office in Mashhad under circumstances that Iranians immediately recognized as another regime cover-up. Now, the official line was that he suffered a heart attack, but witnesses say his body showed blood from his mouth and nose and a possible skull fracture. Security forces sealed his office, removed cameras, and blocked family and colleagues from entering. Ali Kurdi had recently confided that intelligence agents were threatening him again, and he was known for defending protesters and victims of the regime, especially after the Masa Amini uprisings. Now, he stood against the Islamic Republic, and he paid the ultimate price for it. But Iranians haven't responded with silence. At his funeral, they protested with hundreds chanting for freedom and for the return of the Shah. The public has been outraged because they've seen this pattern for years. Activists, lawyers, dissidents mysteriously dying in regime custody, and everyone knows what this is. Another innocent Iranian presumably murdered for defying tyranny. And finally, the ugly story of this week. More than 200 Hollywood celebrities signed a letter demanding Israel release, wait for it, Marwan Barghouti. Yes, the founder of the Tanzim militias and a senior figure in the Second Intifada, the man convicted of multiple murders and terror attacks who's serving 5 consecutive life sentences for killing civilians. But in Hollywood, he's a political prisoner because apparently nothing says social justice like demanding freedom for a convicted terrorist who orchestrated attacks on men, women, and children. And look at some of the names who signed this letter. Academy Award winner Susan Sarandon, filmmaker Oliver Stone, actor Mark Ruffalo, all throwing their names behind a campaign to free a mass murderer they know nothing about. This is what happens when celebrities get their education from Instagram carousels and Doha-funded documentaries. They have no idea what they're talking about, but they sign everything anyway because it makes them feel enlightened. The ugly truth is the real victims of Marwan Barghouti are the families he helped destroy. He isn't a peacemaker, he has no plan for dialogue, and he's popular precisely because he is a murderer and Palestinian society is highly radicalized. Only a complete idiot could rally for the release of such a person. Well, that's a wrap for this week on Axis of Truth. I know we had a lot to cover today, but we'll be back soon with more interviews, stories, and more from the Middle East. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader or Emily in Tel Aviv. And thank you for watching. See you next week on Axis of Truth. Well, men from across the U.S. are uniting to support Israelis impacted by the war, from bereaved families and injured soldiers to small businesses struggling to recover. Joining us now via Zoom is Dr. Steve Katz, emergency medicine physician and founder and chair of the Jewish National Fund USA's Brotherhood Mission to Israel. Steve was with us in the studio earlier this year, and the 3rd annual mission is now set for February 25th through March 4th. Steve, it's so great to have you back with us. I want to start just by asking you, what is the Jewish National Fund USA's Brotherhood Mission? Who's it for, and how does that fundraising aspect work?
Thank you for having me. The Brotherhood Mission is all about connecting Jews from the diaspora, in this case mostly America, to our brothers and sisters in Israel. And our only goal is to perform as many acts of loving kindness for that 1 week for our brothers and sisters in Israel, and to raise as much money for those projects as possible. Last year we raised $2.4 million, the year before $1.1 million, and this year we're hoping to raise obviously a lot more, hopefully $3 million or more.
Now, since launching these missions after October 7th, as you mentioned, more than $3 million has already been raised. What have been some of the most powerful moments from the past missions, and why did it feel so urgent to do this now?
I think after October 7th, we all need to step up. This is not the time to sit on the sidelines, whether you're in Israel, in the military, or whether you're a civilian in the States. I think we all are one people, Am Yisrael, and we all must stick together. Some of the highlights were visiting Rimon Farms, which is a therapeutic farm in the south that supports the needs of children in distress, PTSD for soldiers that have served Israel so valiantly, Shomer HaChadash and Adam Va'adama, creating the future leaders of the state of Israel, supporting agricultural needs. and security for kibbutzim and moshavim. We've met with former hostages. We've met with Sagi Dovev and the amazing work that he's doing at Tel HaShomer Hospital with injured soldiers on a daily basis. This particular year, we're having a huge party on Purim with Naftali Aklum and the Ethiopian community in conjunction with a bunch of combat IDF units. And I could just go on, but our goal is simply to help our brothers and sisters in Israel in every single possible way that we possibly can for 1 week straight.
Now, as you are recruiting for this third mission, what's new this year, and what do you hope that participants and the Israelis they're supporting will walk away with?
What's new this year is we're spending more time at less places. So, for example, we're spending a full day in the Golan Heights with the mayor and deputy mayor of the Golan to do a building project. We have a general contractor from the States who's going to be with us. So we're going to be doing a big building project there for 1 full day, 45 guys working. We're doing a project with the Ramat HaNegev region in the south, similar project. And we're doing a big event the first night we get there with Next October, which is a brainchild of Itzar Shai, whose son unfortunately fell after October 7th. And he created this beautiful organization that connect new high-tech companies in memory of those that were bereaved. So we're doing a big event with the families of the bereaved with Next October.
Now, if someone is watching and wants to be a part of this mission, how can they get more involved? How can they support the important work that you're doing in all of these Israeli communities?
Sure. JNF.org/Brotherhood Mission has all the information, has all the previous videos and newspaper articles, and outlines exactly what we're doing. We are nonpartisan. The only partisan activities we have is that we're fiercely committed to the people of Israel.
All right, I want to thank you, Dr. Steve Katz of the Jewish National Fund USA.
Thank you.
And today, we once again have the pleasure of hearing from Yael Eckstein, president of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, as she brings us the latest highlights and inspiring updates from the fellowship's ongoing work.
Shalom, my friends, from here in Israel. I'm Yael Eckstein, and here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number 1, Tomer and Dolev are new parents, and their baby came in a very unexpected way. They live in a small apartment right outside of Jerusalem, and at 25 weeks, suddenly she felt extreme pain in her stomach. She was rushed to the hospital, and immediately they realized that she needed life-saving medical intervention. The fellowship was there for them when the baby was in NICU to provide physical, emotional, and financial support, and we continue to be there for them today. Number 2, the fellowship recently opened a resilience center in Sdot Negev. This is the area right on the border with the Gaza Strip. All of the Israeli residents there are experiencing still the trauma of the October 7th attacks and war for 2 years already. The fellowship is there to give them the tools that they need to continue to live life in joy, in faith, and with resilience. This is one of dozens of resilience centers that the fellowship has helped build because we believe the people of Israel need to be strong to continue living out this destiny that God has promised. Well, there you have it, friends. There are 2 fellowship projects that you now know about. Join me here next week, same place, same time, for more updates directly from the Holy Land. Shalom.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Caleb Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East. impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. U.S. officials say the multinational International Stabilization Force will deploy in Gaza early next year. This ahead of the meeting in Washington in late December between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, in which they are to finalize plans for Phase 2 of the peace agreement. Meanwhile, Hamas leaders give mixed signals whether they will agree to disarming as the deal requires. Prime Minister Netanyahu appoints his military secretary, Major General Roman Goffman, as the new head of the Mossad intelligence agency, replacing the outgoing David Barnea. Goffman has an extensive security background, including fighting terrorists during the October 7th attack, but no official intelligence experience. An IDF airstrike destroys a Hezbollah military compound in South Lebanon used by its Radwan force for training and preparation to carry out terror activities against Israel. The IDF says the compound was in violation of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Lebanese government. In a combined security operation, the IDF, Shin Bet, and Israel police busted a terrorist cell in the Tulkarem area, responsible for several attacks aimed at Israeli forces in Judea and Samaria. Among the weapons seized are 3 rockets the terrorists were planning to fire inside Israel. And now our big story. Prime Minister Netanyahu will travel to Washington at the end of December for what is shaping up to be a fateful meeting on the future of Gaza. The U.S. is looking for Israel to sign off on the second phase of the peace agreement. But crucial questions remain over its implementation. More in this report from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
With the remains of only one hostage still in Gaza, the first phase of the U.S.-brokered ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is nearly complete after 2 months of delays and accusations on both sides. A Hamas official says the Gaza ceasefire cannot move on to its second phase as long as Israeli violations continue, calling on mediators to pressure Israel to adhere to the agreement. The second phase would include the deployment of an international force and the disarmament of Hamas. It's meant to begin only after Hamas completes the return of all hostages and hostage bodies. The group still holds the body of one hostage, Ran Gvili, claiming it has been unable to locate him. Israel has carried out strikes across Gaza, which it says were in retaliation for attacks on troops manning the Yellow Line, where the IDF pulled back at the start of the truce. The focus shifts to the far more complex second phase of President Trump's 20-point Gaza peace plan, approved by the UN Security Council. If it succeeds, it could end Hamas rule, rebuild and demilitarize Gaza under international supervision, normalize Israel-Arab ties, and create a possible path toward Palestinian statehood. But the pitfalls are significant. The plan calls for an international stabilization force to deploy in Gaza and train Palestinian police. Several countries have expressed interest, but none have committed, and Israel insists Turkey be excluded. U.S. officials say boots on the ground could come in early 2026, but key questions remain about command and powers remaining unresolved. The second element is Trump's Board of Peace, which he will personally head, overseeing a Palestinian technocratic committee to run Gaza. Members have not been announced, and Israel opposes any figures linked to Hamas or the Palestinian Authority, making selection highly problematic. On reconstruction, Gaza's damage is estimated by the UN at $70 billion. Donor states are expected to gather in Egypt, but funding and agreement on how to spend it remain uncertain. The most contentious issue is Hamas disarmament. The ceasefire requires the group to surrender all weapons. Hamas says it will not disarm, though it has floated freezing its arsenal for several years. Failure to disarm could trigger new clashes with Israel or with international forces. The plan also envisions Israeli withdrawals. Currently, Israel controls over half of Gaza. Further pullouts depend on security milestones, but no timetable exists. Israeli military chief Eyal Zamir has called the current Yellow Line a new border and a vital defensive belt. And finally, Trump's plan requires deep reforms in the Palestinian Authority to create a credible pathway to statehood. Israel rejects a Palestinian state and doubts the PA can reform itself. Without political horizons, Palestinian support for the plan may collapse. With Netanyahu expected at the White House this month, diplomats say the ceasefire is at a critical juncture, with the entire peace roadmap hinging on whether the second phase can actually begin.
Joining us now in studio is someone who certainly knows more than most the challenges that Phase 2 will face in Gaza. Reserves IDF Colonel Grisha Yakubovich. He's the former commander of Kogat, the coordinator of government activities in the Palestinian territories. Grisha, thank you for joining us on Security Brief.
Thank you for having me.
Let's talk about this Phase 2. Before looking at the big picture, let's break it down a bit. Let's start with this ISF, this stabilization force that it looks like President Trump really wants to get going as soon as next month. How likely is that? What should its job, its function be? There are some who say it should be patrolling this yellow line between the area controlled by Hamas and the IDF, or is that just a recipe for more problems?
You know, the Chief of Staff just declared, I think 2 days ago, that the new borders of the Gaza Strip will be the yellow line.
Right.
Surprise, the UN automatically condemned this declaration. And I think a few minutes after that, Hamas did the same thing. It looks like there's a full coordination between the UN and the Hamas spokesman. But it's more than that, okay? The yellow line, is that really something that the Gazans will be able to deal with this reality? How many people live in Gaza? You know, some say 2.3. I think it's a lie. I would estimate not more than 1.8. Why the numbers are so big? Because, you know, somebody sends aid. So if the numbers are bigger than the actual numbers, you get more and you can actually sell it. But there is a water crisis, sewage crisis, energy crisis, and natural growth of the people of Gaza. And the borders in the yellow line will not be enough. Let's confess that. So what is really the solution? Will that be actually Phase 2? I'm not so sure. I think it's part of something way, way bigger.
Okay.
It's about all the understandings in the, I would say, new Middle East. I don't believe in this cliche, okay, the new Middle East, but let's say that we all see the new plan of the new Middle East. The obstacle to implement this big plan, it means Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, New Syria, if we can call it New Syria, is actually to find a way to create a solution that will satisfy all the possible allies in the Gaza Strip. And I think that one of the obstacles to normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia is actually the conflict between Israel, I would not say with the Palestinian Authority, okay, with the Palestinians, but also but with Gaza and Hamas. So it looks like, to me at least, knowing the reality in Gaza, you know, I'm in touch with people in Gaza. I'm talking to them. This reality in Gaza, staying in the borders of the yellow line, with the crisis there, okay, it will take them at least 10 to 15 years, to solve the problems there.
Sure.
So, Stage 2, for me, as I see it, it's some sort of creating a reality that all the future allies will be able to accept, but it will not provide a solution to the people. Gaza, the Gaza Strip, is not a place that Gazans can actually live there for the following 10 years. Let's be realistic. You know, only since the beginning of the ceasefire, something like 30,000 trucks were sent to Gaza as aid. If you just calculate the amount of people, according to the amount of aid that they got, it's already too much. Something is going on there. It's not. It seems like, to me at least, that somebody, or there's a big plan that everybody wants that Gaza will be in a certain situation that everybody will be able to move to the next stage. So Stage 2, I think, to me, it looks that it is not realistic. I don't see Hamas agreeing or accepting the conditions.
Right, disarming, especially giving up its weapons.
Yes, there is a new, I would say, compromise that they will send the heavy weapons to Egypt. This is not a new idea. This is something that we offered long time ago after Protective Act 2014. And of course, they denied it. And I don't see them giving up on their weapons. Because the only thing that is about to happen in the Palestinian society, future state, if I may say so, is not a possible, but an inevitable war between the Palestinian fractions between themselves, and it will happen after Mahmoud Abbas, the current president, will leave us.
Right.
You know, he's already 88, 89. And the only way that I will see them giving their weapons in a certain way is to the Palestinian state. And that is exactly what they are declaring. We will give the weapons to the Palestinian state. It means we, Hamas, are part of this state. And if we, Hamas, are part of this state and we hold and we keep the weapons, it means we won. It's a victory in the eyes of the beholder. This is how they see this current war between us and them, that they won.
Well, you're looking at the long picture, but in the meantime, Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to be in Washington at the end of this month. He's going to be facing some immediate questions asked by President Trump, whether Israel will accept some of these countries in the ISF, like Turkey, the role of Turkey. And it seems like President Trump has not given up on them as an active partner, which is problematic. The so-called Palestinian administration with technocrats supposedly not connected with the PA on Hamas. How should the Prime Minister respond to those questions? What are the red lines he's got to be setting now ahead of that meeting?
Well, first of all, I'm sure that Prime Minister Netanyahu will find the right answers. I believe that even President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are aware to the contradiction in this current reality and the problems in this, I would say, solutions that is offered by, I would say, Qatar and Turkey. I believe that the yellow line, or this declaration of the new border of Gaza, this yellow line, is part of the solution. It's a buffer zone between the yellow line and the fence.
Right.
And this is a security barrier that he will insist that Israel will hold it.
Right.
And if not, at least the yellow line will be held by this new, I would say, the countries that will participate.
In the ISF.
In the ISF that will participate. I'm not sure that everybody will do that because Hamas is also
Right. I should note Indonesia is the only country that has given some kind, even mentioned the number of.
Indonesia is a good country as long as it's not Turkey and Qatar.
Right.
Indonesia is way better than that. You know, if you just look at Turkey, they already sent their peace troops to some places around the world and they stay there.
Right.
For the last 30 or 40 years. So it's going to be hard, and I think that what is about to happen in this meeting between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump is how they will announce about the plan and how it will look like in a wording that all parties will be able to accept it.
Right.
Because we all understand that this reality that Hamas are still on their legs in the Gaza Strip, it's a bad reality.
Right.
It's a bad reality.
Well, let me ask you, because one alternative to Hamas rule in Gaza that's been suggested may be these local militias that are opposed to the terror group, some which have been supported even on by the IDF. Now, the biggest of these militias, which is the Rafah-based Popular Forces, did suffer a setback last week when its leader, Yasser Abu Shabab, was killed in fighting. But other militia leaders say they are undeterred in their fight against Hamas.
نوجه رسالتنا حماس الطلقة الجاية عليكم الطلقة الجاية على حماس
هذا أفضل ما بعد وقف إطلاق النار لأنه حماس كانت تدعي أنه إحنا ميليشيات أو عصابات تعمل مع الجيش الإسرائيلي أثناء الحرب. اليوم إحنا بنقول لا، إحنا مش ميليشيات، إحنا قوة عسكرية متواجدة على الأرض. إحنا مش ميليشيات، إحنا الإدارة، إحنا اليوم جايين والناس شافتنا، إحنا ما هربنا مع الجيش ولا رجعنا مع الدبابات، إحنا متواجدين من أجل الناس، من أجل إنشاء غزة الجديدة.
Of course, Chris, you dealt with such people with Kogat. Let me ask you, is this an alternative? Realistically, are there enough of these type of individuals? Are they? Some people ask, can they be trusted to go along with the creating a de-radicalized Gaza? What's your feeling?
I will say two things, okay, with contradiction between themselves. One, we can trust nobody.
Okay.
Okay, because I have my personal experience with Palestinians during my years of career, and I saw people that I considered as friends,
right,
helping to others to kill soldiers.
Okay.
So I trust nobody.
Fair enough.
So for now, those three militias, the guy that we just saw is from Khan Yunis, Al Astal. I know the family. It's a very strong Hamula. From Rafah, it's not Abu Shabab because he was killed by a Bedouin, but it's Deheni now, his deputy. And we have in the north, in Bet Lahia, it's three militias.
Right.
That are very important because it's the only thing that challenges Hamas.
Right.
Hamas are not challenged by the IDF. Hamas will not be challenged by any other troops with boots on the ground. The only thing that will challenge Hamas are actually groups, local groups of Palestinians from Gaza.
Such as we just saw.
Such as we just saw. By the way, a mistake that Israel did from the beginning of the war is actually that Israel could support such groups with the PA, without the PA. Okay, we could do things. And this is something that could challenge Hamas way more than all those 2 years of fighting. So yes, we should support them. As Israel, we should support those militias. We should support Palestinians, local powers, local communities, local groups, whatever, because this is what Hamas is so afraid of. The moment we will withdraw from the yellow line, they will be all eliminated. So one of the things that we need to understand is what will be the solutions to those three militias that are growing as day goes by if we will implement the plan in Gaza, how to make sure that those militias will stay strong as they are and that they will continue challenging Hamas.
Now, another group that you dealt with Kogod, which I'm sure you also don't trust, UNRWA, the United Nations Relief Works Agency, who have been charged, oversaw education in Gaza. One of the things Prime Minister Netanyahu talked about this week was not just the disarming of Hamas, but the de-radicalization of Gaza. We saw the Israeli government take some action against the UNRWA compound there in Jerusalem this week. But the question is there some kind of alternative framework? Because it does seem that, in a sense, it's kind of drifting back to the same U.S. agencies that Israel has already said were compromised by the collaboration with Hamas.
For me, knowing well UNRWA, working for years with this agency, since June 2007, since that coup in Gaza, that Hamas conquered Gaza from the unity government, UNRWA is Hamas, Hamas is UNRWA. Simple as it is. Because the foreign employees that worked at UNRWA, the moment Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, they actually left UNRWA. And UNRWA is a UN, some sort of a UN organization. It's not really UN. If you dive into the details, they only get the budget from there. But Hamas just took over also on UNRWA. There was some disagreements between them and the PA because they wanted Mahmoud Abbas to accept the Hamas officials as part of the PA, so the salaries will be paid from the taxes that we collect according to Oslo. And Mahmoud Abbas said no to that. So one of the solutions was, actually two solutions. One is the $30 million that came from Qatar on a monthly base. So actually they paid the salaries to those Hamas officials from those money. And two is actually to appoint Hamas employees into UNRWA, so they will actually work as teachers or aid or social workers or whatever, and actually get the salaries from a UN organization. So without having somebody there in Gaza, boots on the ground from the UN as inspectors, it's actually you gave the cat to
guard the mouse.
To guard the mouse or to guard the milk.
Right.
So actually UNRWA has become one of Hamas' assets as a tool in their hands to send aid to refugees, to give aid, to get donations, and to sell it in the black market. Actually, they are making an income, a huge income, by the way, into their pockets by using this aid to its jobs. To actually, we saw UNRWA officials part of the invasion on October 7th.
Right, sure.
We saw that. It's actually Hamas terrorists, daytime acting as teachers and nighttime as terrorists, or I don't know, at the weekends or whatever. I think it's about time, that we all cancel this organization. It must be, I would say, deleted from the Palestinian map. And I have no problem helping those people, those poor people who need the aid, but let's give the aid to the ones who should provide the aid with the responsibility.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I mean. Without these flags of UN having or enjoying from this immunity.
But we'll have to leave it at that, Grisha Yakubovich. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. And now a final word. In 1996, then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu appointed Major General Danny Yatom as the new head of the Mossad. Despite the fact that the career soldier had no experience in intelligence work, but Netanyahu believed the Mossad would benefit from having an outsider lead it, and that his former comrade in the IDF's elite Sayeret Matkal Commander Unit would bring a new spirit of daring to the espionage agency. Unfortunately, the experiment did not end well. In 1998, 2 Mossad agents were captured by Jordan after the failed assassination attempt of Hamas leader Khalid Mashal, an operation that was approved by Yatom. In the ensuing scandal, he was forced to resign, and Netanyahu appointed Mossad veteran Ephraim Halevi to replace him and clean up the mess. Now, once again, Netanyahu has chosen another outsider without intelligence experience to lead the Mossad, his former military secretary, Major General Roman Goffman. It's reasonable for the prime minister to appoint someone to such a sensitive position he feels he can personally trust, and Goffman is viewed as a daring officer who performed heroically during the October 7th attack, wounded during a firefight with Hamas terrorists. Nor is it unprecedented for a Mossad chief to come from the ranks of the IDF, and some have proven to have been exceptional leaders of the agency. But the 2 most recent Mossad chiefs, Yossi Cohen and outgoing head David Barnea, were espionage veterans who are credited with leading the agency to some of its most impressive achievements, especially its operations against Hezbollah and Iran over the past 2 years. And Goffman also comes with some liabilities. While serving as a division commander, he was reportedly part of an ill-advised operation to disseminate disinformation to enemy forces by leaking it to a 17-year-old blogger who was unaware he was being used as part of an influence campaign, and as a result found himself the target of a Shin Bet investigation. And while Goffman speaks fluent Russian that will help him in dealing with Moscow, his English is said to be limited, which may prevent him from carrying out some of the secret diplomatic duties a Mossad head is often called on to handle. So the choice of Goffman to lead the Mossad can be said to be something of a gamble at a crucial time for Israel's security, when key decisions will have to be made regarding Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, and Iran in the coming months, even the coming weeks. Now, that gamble may pay off, as it did with Ariel Sharon's choice of Meir Dagan, who imbued the Mossad with a fighting spirit. Or it may prove to be a mistake, as Netanyahu's selection of Danny Yatom turned out to be. The Mossad and Israel can ill afford to make any serious intelligence missteps in the years ahead. So let us hope that Roman Goffman proves he can measure up to the job of leading what many consider to be, pound for pound, the world's greatest intelligence agency. Thank you for watching ILTV Security Brief.
Your dream apartment in the holiest city in the world is just a click away. Am Yisrael Chai, the lifeline for so many chesed operations in Israel, is holding their annual Dream Raffle, where 1 ticket only can buy you a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jerusalem. Don't win the apartment? No problem. All raffle proceeds from all tickets go directly to one of the incredible organizations that Am Yisrael Chai supports. And for the first time ever, the apartment is fully furnished. Don't miss this incredible opportunity to actively donate to Israel's functionality and, on the way, potentially score big and win the apartment of a lifetime. Scan the QR code now to join.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Back to ILTV on the hour. We're live from Israel with all of the latest developments only for you. I'm Deva Klein, and here is the roundup and all of the latest updates coming out of the deadly massacre that occurred in Australia. At a Jewish festive gathering, including children, a massacre is currently haunting the Jewish community of Bondi Beach, Sydney, Australia. 11 people have died and nearly 30 have been evacuated with varying injuries, some of whom are still fighting for their lives in the ICU. The event at Bondi Beach was in honor of the first candle lighting for the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, attended by over 2,000 people, mostly children. The event was scattered with chaos and panic when two gunmen opened fire at the peaceful gathering, killing and injuring their way through the event. One shooter was shot and killed by police forces, and the other was critically injured by gunfire and evacuated with the very victims he shot. Australian authorities are confirming that the shooting was a terror attack with anti-Semitic motives. Prime Minister Albanese condemned the attack, but the damage had already been done. Rabbi Eli Schlinger was identified as one of the murdered victims, and two schoolboys, who have now been identified as his children, have also been murdered in this heinous attack. In Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu had this to say.
On August 17th, about 4 months ago, I sent Prime Minister Albanese of Australia a letter in which I gave him warning that the Australian government's policy was promoting and encouraging anti-Semitism in Australia. I wrote, "Your call for a Palestinian state pours fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorism. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent. It retreats when leaders act. I call upon you to replace weakness with action, appeasement with resolve. Instead, Prime Minister, you replaced weakness with weakness and appeasement with more appeasement. Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. You did nothing to curb the cancer cells that were growing inside your country. You took no action. You let the disease spread. And the result is the horrific attacks on Jews we saw today. We saw an action of a brave man, turns out a Muslim brave man, and I salute him, that stopped one of these terrorists from killing innocent Jews. But it requires the action of your government, which you're not taking. And you have to, because history will not forgive hesitation and weakness. It will honor action and strength. That's what Israel expects of each of your governments in the West and elsewhere, because the disease spreads and it will consume you as well. But we are worrying right now about our people, our safety, and we do not remain silent. We fight those who try to annihilate us. They're not only trying to annihilate us, they attack us because they attack the West. In Syria, we saw yesterday 2 American soldiers killed and 1 American interpreter killed as well. Killed because they represent our common culture. Now, as a result of this, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said the following. He said, "Let it be known that if you target Americans anywhere in the world, you will spend the rest of your brief, anxious life knowing the United States will hunt you, find you, and ruthlessly kill you.
And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan the QR code that's on your screen for all of the latest developments coming out of Israel and the region. We have another update coming to you live from Israel very soon, so don't go anywhere because in 1 hour on the Hour, we're live again. I'm Deva Klein. I want to encourage you all to follow us on social media. That's ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Thanks so much for watching this update with us, and I hope to see you again.
Why is Israel losing the PR battle, and what would it take for us to actually win it? I want to take you inside a very special event that happened just a couple nights ago, the launch of my book, When the Stones Speak, at the National Library, which I did together with Ambassador Mike Huckabee, the United States Ambassador to Israel, and Eylon Levy, one of Israel's top media personalities. We didn't talk about press releases. We did not go into talking points. Rather, we talked about what Israel is missing internally before we even open our mouths to the world. Here's the actual truth. For decades, we've been playing the wrong game. It's like showing up to a baseball field holding a football, and we wonder why we can't score. This is not about explaining ourselves better, contrary to what many people think. It's about standing up for who we are, about speaking openly about our roots, about God without embarrassment, about covenant without hesitation, and about our indigenous bond to this land without flinching. Until we make that internal shift, nothing we say externally is going to land on the ears and hearts of the people in the world. What does it look like when Israel stops apologizing? When we speak from identity instead of defending ourselves? When we stop asking the world for permission to exist? That's what you're about to hear. Let's begin. I want to begin by sharing with you a quick clip by Ambassador Huckabee, where he explains how we've been missing the communications game altogether. Let's hear what he has to say.
People don't remember facts and figures and graphs and charts. I'll tell you what they remember. They remember stories. The Jewish people have the greatest story in the world, so tell it. It's a wonderful story to be told, and you have the receipts. You have the Bible. And for heaven's sakes, I would say, use it and tell it with courage and boldness. Never speak it with apology.
That's exactly the point. We show up with data. We have spokespeople, myself included, that stand in front of the camera and explain how the bullet fired in Gaza was aimed for a terrorist exactly behind a wall away from civilians. And these messages are true. Or how we move the Gazan civilians out of the way so we can kill Hamas, or how we use as much intelligence as possible to try or kill our enemies. These are all great messages. However, they fall flat on their face when the other side, Israel's enemies, make a false claim. And what is that claim? You stole our land. If we cannot go to the heart of that claim, of going back to our deepest roots in terms of communicating, we are going to miss the communications war. Yes, this war is being fed on TikTok. Yes, this war is being led by algorithms and by bots and everything else in social media. But what's in our control is how we speak. And that's what I'm going to talk about in the next point that I'm bringing to you now.
We have to talk about defending our ancestral land. We have to call it our ancestral land. Wouldn't anyone defend their ancestral land? Again and again and again, because our enemies, those who face us, who've tried to destroy our narrative, it didn't begin yesterday. We fell asleep at the wheel. They've been doing this for 80 years. They've been telling a story. Much of it is not based on fact. There's a grain of fact. Most of it's not based on fact. And it has become, in the world, accepted fact. We have got to begin the fight to talk about our truth and not be afraid.
Israel, we often like to declare happily, because it's true, that we are the startup nation, that we have more startup companies on the NASDAQ and on the NYSE than any other country per capita in the world, and in fact, almost compared to many other countries, period, even though Israel has a population of 10 million people. These are all true. We've developed the cherry tomato. You couldn't turn on your cell phone without Israel. We have an excellent defense system and military that carries out goals that protect the entire Western world. However, we've been asleep at the wheel. While we have been speaking about technology, about our comparative advantages in the world, our enemies have been creating a narrative. It didn't begin yesterday on TikTok. This goes back to the very founding of the quote-unquote Palestinian identity, which began in the early 1920s by Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was the original leader of this movement to try to create a national history around the people who were in this land during and before the Independence War and also following the First World War. Haj Amin al-Husseini began to construct a Palestinian identity. Up until that time, this land was called Palestine. It had been called Palestine for 2,000 years because Hadrian, the Roman emperor, around the year 134, that goes back 2,000 years, had just defeated the last Jews in what was called the Bar Kokhba revolt. However, Hadrian knew you can defeat the Jews, but they'll keep coming back again and again and again to their land to fight. What's the name of the land at that time before Hadrian? It was called Judea. So Hadrian did something by changing the land of Judea and calling it by a new word, a word in fact of a nation that had been extinct for more than 7 centuries, who are called the Philistines. And he erased the name Judea and put in the name Palestine. First of all, so Jews would not have a land that bears their own name. And secondly, to resurrect the ancient biblical enemy of the Jewish people that we had already fought. From that point in time, 134 CE, until the present day, there has never, ever been an independent government of Palestine. However, in the 1920s, Haj Amin decided to construct a Palestinian identity. Palestinian Arabs, or the Arabs that are living in biblical Israel, have spent 80 years constructing an entire myth, an identity that goes back, according to them, hundreds of years or thousands of years. Now, there is no doubt that there were Arabs in this land. There were plenty of Arabs. They were mostly migrating from Saudi Arabia. Why is it called Saudi Arabia? Because that is where the cornerstone of the Arabic peoples began. They were migrating people, and there were no question there were people migrating here. However, they didn't call themselves Palestinians. You'll find no record whatsoever of a Palestinian people, of a Palestinian parliament, of any decisions being made for Palestine because there was no government. The people living here called themselves Southern Syrians. They felt that they were part of the larger Syrian empire that extended down into what is today modern-day Israel. At times, they considered themselves Turks, Ottomans, when the time was that Turkey took over this area. However, when the Zionists and Israelis joined Israelis and Jews who were always here, there was an unbroken tradition of Jews who were always in the land of Israel, and came with this incredible national identity, the Palestinians began working on constructing a very, very careful narrative that says that religiously, Muhammad was the very first person ever here, that they are the original indigenous people to the land, and that the Jews of today have no connection to the land. Again, they've said, and I've spoken about this many times, you have Ikrim Sabri from the Temple Mount who said time and time again, he's the chief mufti of Jerusalem, and his message goes out to all the Palestinian Arabs and Arabs around the world. Not a single stone bears a Jewish marking in all of Jerusalem. It is the art of the Jews to deceive the world. Entire generation has grown up believing that these Jewish people, that we are not indigenous. And we have been speaking about cherry tomatoes and cell phones. That is what it means to show up to the game with a football when it's a baseball game. What I want us now is to hear an incredible insight by Ambassador Huckabee about how you take the truth of a story and you begin to tell it. Let's go underground to the Pilgrimage Road.
If we're talking about the Pilgrim Pathway, we're talking about a place that people walked 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, up to the Temple Mount, and it's now been uncovered, but it uncovered something that has always been there. So it's not like they built an amusement park so everybody could come and see, oh, this is what it would have been like. No, this isn't what it would have been like. This is what it is then, now, and forever. And that is the irrefutable, indisputable validation of this being the Jewish homeland.
This is why the city of David shakes our enemies. You can argue about politics, but you cannot argue about the actual factual proof beneath the ground. That is why there was such an incredible attempt to destroy the excavations in the city of David, both to light fires, physically destroy them, and vandalize them, to stop the excavations at the site, and even to try to force the Arab workers at the site to quit. There were even hits on the head of the city of David, David al-Be'eri. Terrorists had tried to take his life. Why? Because he had the vision to grow the city of David. Sites like the Pilgrimage Road, when you walk on those stones, you have never been to Israel before, you come for the first time, and you begin at a pool at the bottom and you walk on the original stones. And along the way off to the side, and this is what's there, and it's going to be open to the public in a couple weeks. I also speak about it in When the Stones Speak, my book. When you stop on the side and you see the small coins with Jewish writing that were minted on that road, that say for the freedom of Zion, marked and minted during our fight with the Romans. And this was minted before Christianity. This was minted 600 years before Islam. Then we're not speaking politics anymore. We're speaking fact. And what is the message that comes out? The Jewish people are indigenous to this land. We didn't steal this land. This has always been our land. We were exiled by the Romans and a remnant remained here. For 2,000 years, we tried coming back. Until in the 19th century, Jews began coming back in large numbers into the land. They bought the land, they came with permission, and they came legally back to a land that has been our ancient and historic land. These are the points that we need to be making, our ancestral history, every single time that a Jew stands up. And I want us to, when we listen to Ambassador Huckabee, what we hear is somebody that with unadulterated, pure belief and understanding tells us, we have a story. Tell our story. We can spend millions of dollars, and they are being spent, trying to do studies and trying to understand how to reach the young generation of Americans, young generations of people throughout the world, to teach them that Israel's a democracy, and it is. How we have an incredibly moral army, and we do. How we are a light into the world with regards to technology, and it's true. But unless we go down into the indigenous roots, unless we explain that we have a true ancestral inheritance to this land, we will always be defeated by the lies of our enemies that we stole this land. That is what I'm going to be addressing in the next point. Please listen in.
So Leslie Stahl came and she said before the interview, she said, you know, would you give a tour to my husband and I? We only have about 45 minutes, but I've never brought my husband on a film shoot. He asked to come to this one. So I take her and her husband through the city of David. We do the overlook. And then we go into King David's palace, and I had the seals brought to show her. Her husband was crying. Leslie was beside herself. And then the cameras began rolling for the interview. And it was like wind came and dried the tears off her face. Sand like pulled any emotion away. And in that entire interview, there was nothing about the Jewish people being indigenous, about the seals, about anything. You know why she can't acknowledge what she sees? Because she is absolutely committed to the division of Jerusalem. What's she going to say to her viewers? That the city of David is in East Jerusalem that's going to be given away?
So this is it. This is the battle. We speak the truth. I spoke to Leslie Stahl about those seals that were found in the city of David. But politics gets involved, and you, the viewer, or you, the listener, never saw it and never heard it because they control the editing rooms. Now, this is before the dawn, really, the major dawn of social media. Today, Israel has the ability to begin getting out these messages without going via big media. And big media is even making major changes. As we know, Barry Weiss, who has now become a network head, which is an incredible thing, I think, to bring truth to the American people and people throughout the world. The media can try to stop us, but our goal is to find every opening where we are and begin pushing out that ancestral message. Now, what does it mean to be ancestral to the land of Israel? Would any of us doubt that the people in Saudi Arabia, the descendants of Muhammad, have an ancestral indigenous connection to Mecca and Medina? Everyone's talking about Saudi Arabia, the Abraham Accords. And even in the Abraham Accords, there's a clause that connects us to the Abrahamic nations based on a shared line of ancestry. The simple question is, and this is what was posed to Ambassador Huckabee, should the Arab nations that are part of the Abraham Accords understand that we are also the indigenous people to the land of Israel? And what will happen if they don't?
And I wonder whether you think that it's time now for the Abraham Accords countries to explicitly recognize and acknowledge that the Jewish people are native to the land of Israel.
It would be a big improvement in bringing a better understanding of reality and peace to the world. I think it's important that we understand that the Bible itself is the most important book to give validity to the idea that the Jewish people are indigenous to the land. It really started with the title deed. You might say the Bible is a great legal document. It is a contract. It is really a title deed. If you go to Genesis 12, where God explicitly says to Abraham, this is the land that I'm giving you. I'm making with you a covenant. And that covenant is unbreakable. God will never break that covenant. And that's why people ask me sometimes, look, you're not even Jewish, you're Christian. Why is it you believe in the land of Israel and the Jewish people? I said, because I believe the Bible. And if the Bible says God made a covenant with the Jewish people, that is an unbreakable covenant.
I think that this is going to be the real test of the Abraham Accord era. Today, there's an opportunity. There's a defense opportunity. We see nations such as Iran closing in on the Middle East, threatening not only Israel, but also our fellow countries around us, like the Emirates, like Saudi Arabia, like Bahrain and Morocco, possibly in the future, Qatar, although we're far from that for now, threatening major nations around the world. You've got Turkey to the north, which is another arm of Iran. And you've got China in the Far East, which buys their oil from Iran and shares weaponry, along with North Korea. These pressures are bringing together countries under the umbrella of the United States to form an alliance, and that's a very, very important thing. But what's going to happen when those cards shift, when the chips fall a little bit differently? We don't know how the world's going to change, but when that opportunity changes, when the insistence that we bond together because of defense changes, what's going to be the test if the Abraham Accords really last? It's not going to be based on convenience. It's going to be based on a shared history. And in fact, if we are able to stand up and go to Abraham Accord meetings and say, we are the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob gave us this land. And here is the book, the Bible, that shows it, which the Christian Bible is based on and which the Quran draws from. Can you imagine the people around the table who hold their own religion sacred? What are they going to say? But when Israelis travel and go to the Abraham Accords country, don't eat kosher food, don't pray, don't respect their beliefs, what do our fellow Abraham Accord countries think of us? Are we just the white arm of colonialism that have thrown our roots off to the side? Do we ignore our spiritual connection to the land? At the end of the day, the Jewish people are in Israel because of our spiritual, ancestral connection to the land. That is what we need to say. And then a message came from the crowd about what is American Jewry facing and how can they play a role in what's happening. Let's hear my answer and then let's have a talk about it.
But I think there's a crossroads for American Jewry. You know, there's real fear. This is a transformational moment for them. You can either stick your head deeper and deeper in the earth, try to hide, try to blend in, try to tuck that Jewish star. I'll never forget, there was a Jewish family that came here after October 7th, they said to me, we're still wearing our Jewish stars, but tucked inside. And I felt for them because they feel like they're battling because they've got a Jewish star on it all. But this is the time, take out that Jewish star, take out your Bible, go to every protest and stand strong. Standing strong for Israel, standing strong for Judaism, holding your head up high is what's going to preserve that community for the future.
History is watching. It's not the time to shrink, it's a time to stand tall. It's a time to stand with Israel and our story. It's time to make a major shift. The evening with Ambassador Huckabee and Eylon Levy at the National Library was truly incredible because what you felt in the air and what the audience felt in the air was a higher level truth than what we're speaking. It's a truth that speaks on the level of covenant, of ancient covenant, and people are searching for meaning. At the end of the event, a woman came up to me and asked me a great question personally. She said, what about people that don't believe? Well, I said, first of all, let's separate this message into two items. There's a message of God and the covenant, and then there's the message of our ancestral indigenous history in the land of Israel. Both of those are critical, and both of those may need to stretch the audience. But if we keep aiming low, aiming for the audience is right now and trying to feed them the same jargon that they're being fed by us, a people of 10 million, surrounded by an entire world jury of 14 million. Supporters, Christian supporters, the average supporters around the world, we are facing a media onslaught of billions of people. We're not going to win in terms of numbers. We're not going to win because we're feeding young TikTokers, Instagrammers, Facebookers the exact same message again and again and again. Yes, we created the cell phone, but we are going to answer that message by elevating our message and turning into something that is, in fact, a feeling, a dream inside these people. Stretch a little bit. Reach back into your history. Reach back into the concept of, do you believe that there's a covenant and a faith? Because for every one of you, there's one place that you can go freely in the world. Jews, Christians, and Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, everyone's invited. There's no demagoguery. There's no exclusion. There's one place that you're invited to visit. In the same way that Israel 3,000 years ago and 2,000 years ago had visitors of different religions from around the world, Israel today is protecting the holy sites in order to create a vessel that anyone around the world that's exploring their roots, exploring their indigenous roots or their spiritual roots, can come and find a home. Ultimately speaking, that is what cuts through the politics. That's what cuts through the jargon. We hear Ambassador Huckabee and my dear friend Zev Ornstein, who has a fantastic connection with Ambassador Huckabee, said something so brilliant to me after we both heard him speak at the City of David. Zev said to me, you know, one day we're going to learn to speak like him. At the end of this event, as he walked up the stage, I thought to myself, you know, it's fascinating. The Jewish people have had incredible advisors throughout history. We had Melchizedek, the non-Jewish king that Abraham meets in the book of Genesis. And what does Melchizedek said? He was the first person to use the words Baruch Hashem, blessed is God. It wasn't a Jew who said those first words. It was a non-Jewish king who had the open faith to say those words. And who was the next non-Jew? Jethro, Yitro, who came and saw the Jewish people where we were, saw people waiting in line to ask Moses, our teacher, questions, and people almost fainting from thirst because there were so many people going just to Moses. And it took someone from the outside the Jewish people to say, Moses, you have to create a fleet of teachers and judges so that these people don't have to wait in line for you. And that began the process of Moses being our great teacher who taught the teachers we have today. In the same way I look at Ambassador Huckabee, the United States ambassador to the State of Israel, truly is someone we can look up to, who knows the simple truth that the covenant says that the Jewish people are here because we were promised by God. And we have the history buried inside the ground where we let the stones speak and tell us that story. And all we have to do is listen to that story and have the courage to stand up to the world and say it. And that's how possibly, if there's enough people out there listening, we'll win. And in either case, we've won because we know that we are speaking the truth.
Hello, and welcome to Hadassah on Call, New Frontiers in Medicine. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman. As parents, we constantly worry about our children, from their first steps to their first day of school and beyond. And one concern that has grown significantly in recent years is autism. It's a word we hear often, a diagnosis that seems more common than ever, and for many of us, a lingering worry in the back of our minds. I'm a mother of 5, and even as my kids grow older, I sometimes wonder, what if something was missed? What if a diagnosis comes later? Autism, along with other developmental and cognitive disabilities, is something every parent wants to understand better, especially when early intervention can make all the difference. Today, we're joined by Dr. Ariel Tenenbaum, an expert in pediatric disabilities and the head of Hadassah Medical Organization's Down Syndrome Center. He's here to break down what autism really is how it's diagnosed, and what parents need to know about treatment, support, and the latest advances in early detection, including the role of artificial intelligence. We'll also discuss how the war has impacted children with disabilities and explore the broader landscape of disability care in Israel. If you've ever wondered about the signs of autism, the role of genetics, or how best to support a child with disabilities, you won't want to miss this conversation. So, let's get started. Welcome, Dr. Tenenbaum.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you.
Of course, now I want to start by defining autism. You know, we often hear this saying, people or so and so is on the spectrum. What does that really mean?
Well, this is a very good question because it has to be specifically identified, and there are criteria that are on the book of that is called DSM-5. It's like the Bible of psychiatry, and there are three main categories. All of them are there in autism. One of them is we are now doing the ping pong of the talk and of the relation. The other one is maintaining friendships and relations with persons. And the third one is the communication abilities, which are verbal and non-verbal. So all of them are typical and are actually mandatory to give the diagnosis of autism. Also, there are some behavioral and environmental aspects, which are repetitive movements or in speech, stereotypes, movements, hypersensitivity or hypersensitivity, and other things that are more of the behavioral and the habits of a person that has autism. But the three main ones that I talked to you about, just mentioned them before, these are the mandatory criteria.
What causes autism? It's something that's genetic, you're born with it?
Well, it's a very big question, and the answer is even bigger because there are so many answers to it. Well, there is a part of the genetic, and there are some rare syndromes that autism is more frequent in them, and some people do have autism because of a specific genetic anomaly. But the environment is very important in autism, and we know that even I think that the classic example is identical twins, in which you can identify autism in one of them, and the other one does not have autism, and obviously they have the same genetics, and they live in the same house, so they are exposed to the same environment, and still we see differences. So there are many, many questions still ahead of us to understand the full, the answer to your question.
Sure. And I guess the next follow-up question to that would be regarding then diagnosis. You know, how do we diagnose somebody with autism? I've heard there's some new work with artificial intelligence, perhaps, that can help us to get a better understanding.
Yes, especially in the early signs of autism. The average age of diagnosing autism in Israel and in other countries is about 3 years old. But when you go back to the history of the child, you see that the difficulties appeared much earlier. So there are some signs that you can see even when the baby is a few weeks old and months old. If I give you an example that is actually bothering, if a child, like the mother or the father, go to the cradle and look at the child in the middle of the night, and child is awake and he does not cry and doesn't seem to be bothered with the fact that there's no light and he's alone and nothing bothers him. So this is one of the phenomena that we see in retrospect, that the mother or the father can tell us about the child, even though he was diagnosed when he's 3 or 4 years old. About AI, this is actually something that Hadassah is involved in. There is a very nice startup that was, there is a clinical study that I'm involved in, and we are working on it in Hadassah. The company is called the Little1.care. And the device, which is actually on sale because they went to production, is called Elora. And it's a really nice device. It's about an inch square. It's not heavy. You attach it to the whatever the baby is wearing. It doesn't radiate anything, and it gets every sound that the baby, the output and the input of sound, movement, and everything that you can even think about what's happening to the baby. So you get a lot of data.
Okay.
And when you get a lot of data, you can try to analyze the data. And then if in a year or 2 years or 3 years, the child has autism, you can go back to the data and maybe find some very, very fine differences or things that pop up when you do a big data analysis, and you can see the early signs. So hopefully this device will be helpful for this kind of kids.
But what would be the advantage if you're waiting till they get the diagnosis? In other words, is this so that we can help other parents in the future be able to identify it? Is that the idea? Because it's not helping to identify it currently.
Right. So this is hopefully the near future. What we need to do is do early diagnosis. In Israel, in the mother and child centers, they do have a questionnaire for mothers. For example, can you calm the baby? If the baby cries, you take him with you, and does he respond to his name? Does he make eye contact? So there are some very simple but actually very effective questions that you can ask the parents and to see whether there are early signs. Now, the early diagnosis in autism and in other intellectual disabilities and other problems is crucial. It's key to the early intervention, and we do see a profit of measures that we take with these kids and the parents.
So when it comes to mild autism, because I know, again, we talked about that spectrum in the beginning.
Right.
If it goes missed, is that such a big deal? Can people live with autism being undiagnosed?
That's really interesting. We ran for 12 or 13 years in Hadassah Mount Scopus a center for the evaluation of disability with the contract with the Ministry of Social Affairs, and thousands and thousands of persons came for the diagnosis. And actually, it's really interesting to see adults that, they are 22 years old, 25 years old, and suddenly they think about themselves. They are independent. They live, they work, they live their lives, and they say, maybe I have autism, which is really extraordinary. And they do the diagnosis, and actually some of them are fine to have, the full criteria of autism. So some of them do manage in life, but they can tell you about the struggle and the difficulties. And because there are some treatments and some modifications in life that you can take, I think it is really important to diagnose.
And I definitely want to talk about treatments. I do have one other diagnosis question real fast with regards to pregnant women. Can women today be tested? I mean, I know with many disorders or diseases, certainly Down syndrome, which we'll talk about soon, you can find out before the baby's born. Is that true of autism?
Well, if the mother had already a child or a few children with autism, and there is a family history of autism, and we know the gene, so the mother can be tested. You do amniocentesis, and it can be tested and ruled out or ruled in. But these are not these are not most of the cases. Well, healthy pregnancy is a good thing. For the outcome of the child, but other things, well, we're not there yet.
Okay, but you think we will get there at some point?
Well, hopefully, yes. I mean, as you mentioned AI, so if we get a lot of data, and in other cases in medicine, things pop up, and then you see the connections, the relations between some data that you may miss or don't think it's very important, and the outcome of the child. Yeah.
Fascinating. Now, with regards to treatments, can autism be treated for real? Can it be cured ever?
Okay.
And what does that look like?
Well, again, it's very interesting. I treat persons with Down syndrome. It's an absolute diagnosis. I mean, whether you have an extra 21 chromosome or you don't.
Right.
In autism, it's really unique. Some kids get the diagnosis because they follow, you have your criteria, and the child, you put a V on the criteria, and you say, well, the child has autism. Now we start intervention.
Right.
We give him speech therapy, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, parental guidance. We put him in special class, and we do these interventions, and a year later, 2 years later, the child goes again to evaluation, and then you see that he's in another place completely. And sometimes the kids get the diagnosis stretched off their diagnosis, which is like puzzling. I mean, you ask yourself, how can you diagnose a person with a specific DSM-5 diagnosis and then remove the diagnosis? But it does happen in the real world.
I mean, wouldn't it DSM-5, because it's psychological, as you mentioned, that's like the Bible of the mental health world. So, I mean,
Right.
with depression, anxiety, can't those things come and go as well?
I'm not a psychiatrist, but I did read a very nice article about people that are treated for depression with, for example, with one of the SSRIs medication like Prozac, Seroxat, maybe Cipralex, maybe you know these medications. And sometimes you go to the psychiatrist and get your treatment when you're in the bottom of the situation, of your situation. And then you start the medication, but you know, when you after a period of time, after the trauma, after the bereavement or whatever the person is going through, there is some relief, and the person can like go through a process of healing, and there is the environment and support. So sometimes the diagnosis is made when the person is in the worst of the worst situation that he was, but you can re-diagnose and reevaluate the situation and actually get off the medication if it's relevant for persons. It's also correct for many medications that people take for a very, very long time. And it's interesting to just stop for a minute after like 5 years taking a medication for your blood pressure, but you're doing now sports and you lose weight and you're eating healthy and you're in another place in your life. So maybe you do not need this medication anymore. So it is interesting. It goes also with all the diagnoses that you can think about with kids with disability.
So, are there medications that children with autism can take?
So kids with autism do take medication, some of them, but they are specifically for the symptoms that they show. So for autism per se, there are no medications. But if you see a kid who has autism, but also there are signs of ADHD, so you can treat ADHD with medications. If he has anxiety or severe behavioral problems or restlessness, or he doesn't sleep. So with these problems, we can deal and we can use the medications. But for autism per se, there are no medications yet.
Wow. Now, what about involvement of schools, communities, parents, caregivers with helping children with autism? What is the recommendation there?
So first, the diagnosis of autism is on the rise. I mean, you can see it in all the Western countries and also in Israel. We are talking now about 1 in 40, 1 in 50 kids. So it's really a lot.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is that because we are now more aware of what autism is, or is that because more people actually have autism?
Well, both. We are obviously more aware. I mean, there are persons that should have be given the diagnosis, and there are older people and like the missed cases of 20, 30 and 40 years ago. But we do see it's not just the prevalence, it's also the incidence. I mean, you do see the percentage going up, you do see the numbers going up, and we are not sure what we on earth are doing wrong, but something is happening, and we do see more autism.
Interesting. We don't, as you said, we don't know. We don't know if it's tied to use of electronics, pesticides, how people are handling their pregnancies, all of these, kind of myths that come out. We don't really have any answers.
No, but we are sure that it's not for the vaccine, from the vaccination.
Okay, right. I should have named that first. I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
it's really important to emphasize this, because there was a few decades ago a horrible article that was published, and it was done wrong, and they actually deleted it from the journal. And I don't want to repeat all the history about the measles. I know that in the States there is an outbreak now of measles, and it usually occurs among persons that are not diagnosed. Measles can be a very, very severe illness with morbidity and mortality. So it's not from the vaccines.
Now, what about the difference between autism in children and adults? I mean, you mentioned that sometimes adults get diagnosed with autism
Yeah.
later in life. Is there a difference between how you would handle adults or late onset autism, if that's even a thing, versus childhood autism?
It's interesting because one of my colleagues said that there is the Child Development Center, and he said that it should be changed to Human Developing Center because we are evolving and we are the development does not stop at age of 18 or 21. I mean, we're still learning new things. I didn't use my cell phone when I was 3 because I'm 56 now. So obviously I didn't use the cell phone. So I learned how to use the cell phone. We are still evolving and we are using different machines and different kind of communication skills and etc. And our work as pediatricians is very different from what it was 20 and 30 years ago. Now, the basic things are similar, dealing with the communication skills, habits, what's wrong and what's right, environment adjustments, etc. We do see the involvement of persons with autism at work, in the military, in the army, in Israel, and some of them do very well in all kinds of companies that, for instance, the computers, okay? So some persons that have autism do work very well in these companies that 50 years ago it wasn't a possibility because there weren't any, companies and jobs like that.
So I know that your expertise is actually more on children with disabilities, and I wanted to sort of jump over from the autism to children with cognitive disabilities in general. What are the most common ones today? What are we seeing, especially here in Israel?
So Down syndrome is about 1 in 1,000 births, and it's very stable in Israel and in most Western countries. It's around 1 in 700, 1 in 800. Also prematurity. We are in Hadassah and all around the world, we are doing much better in saving lives of kids who are born very early. But one of the what we see later on is that some of these kids do have problems with their development, and it can be global developmental delay with many areas of disabilities that we are challenged with.
So what should parents be watching for to indicate if maybe their child does have a cognitive disability?
Okay, so if we detect early signs or early risk factors, for example, prematurity or family history and so on. So we do encourage patients to consult with their gynecologist and with a family doctor. And after the child is born, so there is a very nice system of mother and child centers. Pediatricians are available in the community clinics. And I think that's about it. And also in kindergartens, in schools, there are surveys and there are persons that come and detect kids with problems, and they send them for evaluation.
Now, this might be a little controversial where I'm going to take this next, but regarding, testing when a mother is pregnant, I mean, you mentioned before being able to do the amniocentesis and other, disabilities or disorders we can find in advance. Are there ever times that you certainly would recommend to terminate a pregnancy? Is that something that we do here in Israel? And what are the factors that go into making that decision?
Okay, so the decision is the mother decides. This is what I believe in. But I do think that the mother is. I think that my job here is to get the information as clearly as possible to the mother and to a partner, and just to make sure that when they decide, they do it with a clear understanding of what's going on. Some parents did come in different stages of pregnancy. For example, with a child that is, when he will be born, he will have Down syndrome. And they ask questions. We see it and we discuss it. And I don't give a specific recommendation because I think that it's in the mother's hands to decide. In Israel, there are the mother sits with the professionals, and she asks for, termination of pregnancy if that's what she wants, and with all kinds of disabilities, physical or mental or cognitive disabilities, these requests are usually approved, and yeah.
It must be very sensitive.
Of course.
Since October 7th, I'm going to assume that more children are struggling with mental, behavioral, and other disorders, not disabilities, but disorders, challenges that are resulting in, and even, I guess, physical disabilities for the children that were unfortunately attacked on the 7th down south. And we know how much rehabilitation is going on. Talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing here at Hadassah, the kind of patients, obviously anonymously, that you're treating since October 7th.
Well, some of them, the impact. It's like the how do you call it, the waves when you throw a stone, and
Yeah.
so the waves are still very strong and hitting all of us. Some have mild symptoms like bedwetting. They were, they were dry for a year, and now they're again bedwetting. Just being very alarmed in the middle of the night because of sound of an ambulance passing by, thinking maybe it's a rocket this time. Learning problems, all kinds of anxieties, both the parents and the child. So we see more of that, obviously. Our child psychiatry ward is very busy.
Wow.
With many outpatient clinics, patients that come to the outpatient clinics. It's not only that, this generation just recovered from the coronavirus,
Right.
so it's they are challenged.
Yeah, hopefully it won't have long-term effects. I'm thinking of my own daughter. I have an 8-year-old, and she, we have so few rockets in Jerusalem, and just from that first day, from October 7th, every, time afterwards, she asked me, she, for almost a year, actually more than a year, slept in our bed as a result of the rockets. Just, she didn't want to go to sleep, and now she's back in her bed, but she'd slept in her own bed for a couple of years already, but she kept asking me, well, will there be rockets tonight, Mommy? Can you tell me if there'll be rockets? And that's not a disorder, but it's amazing, the impact that these things have on our,
No, of
on
course.
everyone.
I have 5 kids. Well,
Me too. Yeah.
the younger is in the army, so they are not kids anymore. But I do have 3 grandchildren.
Okay.
And the older one, who was 3.5, we went abroad to Cyprus just for a holiday. And we went into the hotel, and he asked, where is the safe room? And we had to explain that rockets do not fall in Cyprus, but he couldn't figure out how it is possible, because his life, he doesn't live in Jerusalem, he lives in Gedera, and they did hear many alarms. And they know that in the kindergarten, when the alarm sounds, they have to run to the room. And he couldn't understand how the hotel doesn't have a safe room. So it's a challenge. Yes,
Definitely
it's
a
struggle.
challenge for sure. So you think that there's going to be any changes that result in how we treat, children with depression, anxiety, or even cognitive disabilities as a result of the war? Is there new research coming out, anything like that?
There is a very nice article, very nice. There is a well-written article about children in war in the Nelson's pediatric textbook, which was written by 3 professors from our department in Hadassah. It appears in the text, the international textbook, and you see what happens with kids at war. So kids are at risk, and kids should never be involved at war. So I am, the notion, the perception, the understanding of what happens with kids that are under stress is documented, and we do see them. Actually, there is talking about stress. There are 3 kinds of stress.
Okay.
One of them is the acute, usually mild stress, like you are running late. to somewhere.
That's like me every day, so I
Well,
guess I'm always stressed.
okay, so you're running late, or
Uh-huh.
you have an exam tomorrow, or this typical stress that we deal with them every day, which is fine. And actually, in some cases, you overcome the challenge and you're fine. You did well on the test. You had many patients to see, but you saw them all, and they are doing nicely. That's one. The other one is the more severe and more, but it is still tolerable. When you lose someone who is very dear to you, but he was old and he passed, in old age. So it's very sad. And it can be traumatic, but eventually it's difficult to say, but you just get over it. And sometimes you grow from it. You understand life, and you have some notions and understanding of the circle of life, and or you move to another country, which can be actually
Very stressful.
yes, but in the end of the sometimes a very long time. I'm also an Ole Hadash. I came from Argentina many years ago.
Okay.
Yes,
You didn't know that.
but eventually you understand the positive effects of it. But there is a toxic stress. This kind of stress is always bad. I mean, if a child is abused, there's no nothing good will come out of it. If the child is at war, if the child loses a parent or a sister or a brother. So these are toxic stress, especially if it goes on and on and on, like kids who are bullied at school, or kids who live in a household that, like, one of the parents has a very severe mental issue. So these are stresses that kids, we do see biologically, that some of them do not recover, and we can show biological markers of the stress,
Like brain biomarkers?
brain biomarkers, but also like they are more at risk of cancer when they are older, more at risk of having hypertension, staying shorter. I mean, growing less than expected. So the effects are, I mean, the impact is very strong. So we need kids to be happy.
It's actually so fascinating thinking about, October 7th and the last year and a half of war. We really don't understand then the long-term impacts. I mean, things, we had a discussion just the other day about the impact on cancer. We're seeing more cancer patients, but from what I'm hearing from you, this is something that we might see in 10 years or in 20 years as a result of October 7th.
Yes, the war is,